Billings City Council. This is our regular business meeting. We've got a lot of faces on our screen this evening that we'll be introducing in just a minute. But before we do so, if you would stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for our invocation by Council Member Denise Joy. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Mayor and Council, in this quiet moment, with gratitude for our opportunity to serve our community, let us appreciate our hardworking residents. Every person adds a unique quality to our wholeness. For those who feel fear, anger, and frustration at those that seem different, please stop and understand we are all the same. We all deserve the same kind and amount of respect. With a feeling of gratitude, remember those who make great sacrifices for our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Bullman, our city clerk, would you please call the roll?
Excuse me, Mayor.
Mayor, happy to do so.
Excuse me, Denise, just a second. Councilmember Neese?
Would you mind asking those who are not council members to turn off their video so we can see other council members? You know,
Councilmember Neese, we've arranged, these are all of our VISTA volunteers who are going to be introduced right now. And okay. So it'll just take a second. Okay. And then afterwards they'll click off, if that's okay.
Thank you.
So go ahead, Denise.
Okay, Mayor. Council Member Shaw.
Here.
Harrington.
Present.
Yakowicz.
Present.
Neese.
Here.
Ewald.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Shariki.
I am here.
Ronning.
Here.
Boyette.
Here.
And Brown.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. Thank you. We do not have a COVID-19 update this evening, but we will next week. With that, we'll approve our minutes before we've got a few other items, and we'll get into our introductions. We've got minutes from our March 8th meeting. Is there a motion on that? Councilmember Treaky.
Dang, you called me. I unmoved. Move to approve the minutes from March 22nd?
March 8th.
8th, okay.
We could also approve it from March 22nd, and that would save us a lot of time this evening, but that might be a little difficult. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Shaw. Is there any discussion on the motion or changes to the minutes? Don't see any. So all in favor of the motion for approval, please go ahead and raise your hand. And there are a lot of screens out there, so if I miss your hand, and it looks to be unanimous. Did any of the council members vote in opposition? No. So the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, council courtesies. Are there any council courtesies this evening? Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would just like to really thank Fire Captain Chelsea Thompson. She provided training at Burlington School. She has a child that attends Burlington School, and she's a part of the PTA. And the PTA at Burlington School has put together a kit for each classroom that includes a valved chest seal, tourniquet, and compression dressings. These are very important items. We hope never to have to use them, but I would like to thank Fire Captain Chelsea Thomas, along with Lindsay Gardner, who is also part of the Burlington Elementary PTA. And also I would like to thank the principal, Lori Bookie, and Tracy Whitaker, who is our kindergarten teacher and also part of the PTA. That's really valuable training. It's something we hope never to have to use, but our classrooms having that kind of equipment in case we had to ever use it would be very important. So I'd really like to thank them for what they've done for Burlington School.
Great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to recognize Chuck Barthuli and the Better Billings Foundation for moving ahead with improvements to the unimproved city parkland they have leased. Over the past month, a full court basketball court has been taking shape that will be open to the public. This is a $50,000 plus project with a significant substantial money donated by Heenan and Cook law firm to get it started. With the generous donations of labor and material from the following: Collaborative Design, who came up with the plans; Knife River, percentage of the gravel used for the base; Pacific Steel for reinforcing rod; Custom Concrete for forming, pouring, and finishing the slab; Fisher Sand and Gravel for donating half of the concrete used; Frontier Fence to furnish the labor to install fence on the ends of the basketball court. With these donations, this project will be completed under 25% of the actual cost. Thank you to all involved. Please stay tuned to other improvements that have started and are coming in the near future. A real asset to the Heights community.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ewald, and thank you for all those great volunteers and donors. Heenan and Cook basketball court, $50,000, that's great. I would challenge you to a game up there, but you'd all beat me, so I'm smart enough not to do that. But we are looking forward to it. Construction started. It'll be done this season. Councilmember Ewald.
And the basketball court is finished except for the fence. They put the baskets up Friday, and when I stopped up there today, the kids were already up there playing on it. So,
wow, that's great. Great example of what can be done with a lot of volunteers and donors. We appreciate their efforts. And that just a reminder for anybody who might be listening, that was land that the City Council approved to transfer to the Better Billings Foundation just last fall. So thanks again. Okay, any other council courtesies? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to remind the Heights residents, those on the Heights Water District, the Heights Task Force, along with the Heights Better Business Bureau, will be putting on a candidate forum tomorrow night. You can go to their website and click on the Zoom meeting and join that to learn about that election. That's a really interesting election. Normally you vote for one, and this one you can actually vote for three. So stay tuned, learn about this election that's coming up, and get informed of who's running. And you can get that tomorrow night at the Heights Task Force, Heights Business Association Candidate Forum.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese, can people attend or view remotely, or they need to go to the Oasis Water Park to participate in person?
It'll be all remotely through Zoom. So if you go to the Heights Task Force page, they'll have a link there to connect.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any other council courtesies? Shout out if you've got anything. I don't see any other council courtesies, so we will proceed then to our proclamations and to recognizing all of our special guests tonight. Tonight we do have the special pleasure of welcoming a new group of AmeriCorps Vista members to Billings. That's what all these friendly faces are. As many of you know, AmeriCorps Vista is a national service work program designed to alleviate poverty. President Kennedy originated the idea for VISTA, which stands for Volunteers in Service to America, in 1965, and the AmeriCorps program and VISTA were consolidated in 1993. Every year, VISTA members from all over the United States come to Billings and provide thousands of hours of service worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to the city of Billings and about a dozen nonprofit organizations in our community. The AmeriCorps Vista program in Billings is administered by the Community the Community Development Division of the Planning and Community Services Department with the city. Billings has had a long and very close relationship with AmeriCorps Vista over the years, and the program in Billings is recognized as one of the largest and best in the United States. So in just a minute, I'll ask Carly Collins from our Community Development Division to briefly introduce each one of our Vista members and ask them to say where they're from and which organization they'll be helping. There's about 18 of you. And so since we've got a very long agenda tonight, we'll ask you to keep it really short, because when you multiply even 20 or 30 seconds by 18, the time is really going to add up. But before I do that, let me read the following proclamation that establishes April 6, 2021 as National Service Day in Billings, and also honors the members of our AmeriCorps Vista program and the many volunteers and community members who serve others in our community every day. So the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas in 1963, President John F. Kennedy envisioned a National Service Corps, quote, to help provide urgently needed services in poverty areas, close quote. Less than 2 years later, Lyndon B. Johnson made Kennedy's dream a reality by launching the War on Poverty and welcoming the first group of Vista volunteers after signing the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964. And whereas the city of Billings is required to implement anti-poverty initiatives to reduce the number of families experiencing poverty as a recipient of Community Block Development Grant funding. In 2009, the city of Billings was chosen as an established site for the Billings Metro Vista program by the Corporation for National and Community Service to aid in poverty impact initiatives. And whereas that program has hosted 262 members who have volunteered to impact poverty through activities designed to enhance economic opportunity, education, health features, and services for veterans and military families at 56 different organizations. Members have generated over $4.8 million in funding, and value of human resources brings the total project value to over $9.5 million. And whereas the program members are valuable contributors to the city's economy and have expended over $2.4 million themselves locally to procure housing, provisions, and retail services. 31 members are originally from Montana, and other members have moved here or moved to Billings from 43 different states over the years, including the District of Columbia. Over 40% of the full year
Deputy Mayor, it looks like we lost our mayor.
He may soon be back, but we're going to start with the round. So I'm just going to call on each of you to say a few words until the mayor comes back. So Carly Collins.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us tonight. Definitely a privilege to be here. As the Mayor said, I'm Carly Collins. I am the grants technician for the City of Billings Community Development Division. So with that comes the privilege of managing the AmeriCorps Vista program, Billings Metro Vista project. So super excited to be here tonight. We'll roll through. I know you have a huge agenda, so we'll go ahead and get started tonight with Isabel Ketty Hector.
All right, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. As she said, my name is Isabel Ketty Hector. I'm from Texas, and I'm currently serving as the Vista team leader for the City of Billings. And I'm really excited for you guys to get to meet this incredible team that we have, because they have been a really phenomenal asset to the Billings community. So thank you so much.
Great, next up we have Kate Vince Blake.
Hi, I'm Kate. I'm originally from Arlington, Virginia, and I am here in Billings serving Chinook Horses, which provides equine assisted therapy and learning. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Next, we have Emily Burdett.
Hi, I'm Emily Burdett, and I am working on a food insecurity and economic prosperity project here in Billings. And when I'm not working on that, I love to be outside. I like to go hiking, and I really want to try fly fishing and going to a working ranch before I head out.
All right, we have Kendall Robertson.
Hi, my name is Kendall. I'm originally from Asheville, North Carolina, and I am serving with Kate at Chinook Horses. And yes, very happy to be here.
All right, next up we have Blake Matthews.
Hi, everyone. I'm Blake Matthews. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, serving with the City of Billings Community Development Division on a coronavirus response initiative project. One thing that I really, really want to do is go to a rodeo, and I can't wait till that possibility happens. Thank you, guys.
All right, Tim Fontaine.
Hi, I'm Tim Fontaine. I am from Arlington, Virginia, and I am supporting Gratitude in Action as my organization.
All right, Will Doherty.
Hello, I'm Will Doherty. I serve at Wise Wonders Science and Discovery Museum here downtown. And right now I'm really looking forward for the most of Yellowstone Park to open up again.
Great, we have Emily Bailey.
Hi, I'm Emily Bailey. I'm originally from North Carolina, and I'm serving at Eagle Mount Billings.
All right, next is Lexi Schultz.
Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm from Neenah, Wisconsin, and I serve with the HER campaign, where we are working to provide long-term residential housing for survivors of human trafficking.
Great. Abigail Harper.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abigail Harper, and I serve with Dog Tag Buddies. So we partner veterans living with hidden injuries with rescue dogs.
Awesome. Alida Sinkler.
Hi, I'm Alida. I'm originally from Charleston, South Carolina, and I'm serving with the Gratitude in Action Foundation with Tim.
All right. Sophie Chervinsky.
Hi, I'm Sophie Chervinsky. I serve with the Billings Community Development Division on the community-wide meth and opiate response initiative. And I'm from New Hampshire originally.
Great. David Duplessis.
Hi, I'm David Duplessis. I'm serving with Prevent Child Abuse Montana, and I'm originally from California.
Okay, Amber Nichols.
Hello, my name is Amber Nichols. I am originally from Montana, and I serve alongside Blake on the Coronavirus Response Initiative with the City of Billings. We just published a huge report on the website, so I encourage you to check it out. And thank you so much for having us tonight. Thanks.
All right, we have Ariel Hernandez-Lyons.
Hi, I'm Ariel. I am originally from Chicago, Illinois, and I'm serving with the Billings Community Foundation.
Great. Next, we have Samantha Buchanan.
Hi, I'm Samantha Buchanan. I'm from Danville, Illinois, and I'm serving with Big Brothers Big Sisters of Yellowstone County.
Awesome. And Claire Bonesteel.
Hi, my name is Claire Bonesteel. I'm from Montclair, New Jersey, and I'm working with the Yellowstone Art Museum to further their online education programs.
Awesome. And we have one member that couldn't make it, Sage Miller. She's serving with CASA of Yellowstone County, and she is from Los Angeles. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all so very much for being part of our community, and we hope you all stay here and live here after your term and run for city council and make a big difference. Thank you. Mr. Kukulski, you want to say anything else, or counsel to our distinguished people?
Just a sincere thank you for their service, and you summed it up there, Deputy Mayor, so thank you. Thanks for your time this evening, and thanks for your dedication and your service to our community.
All right, keep it up. If you need any council help, give us a call. We are available.
Deputy Mayor, I wanted to add that a really good friend of mine, when I was going to college in Bozeman back in 1980, came to Bozeman as a VISTA volunteer to work on low-income housing issues. 25 years later, she was the mayor of Bozeman. So hang in there.
Good testimony. Well, have a good night, and thank you for being here. Bye.
I see the mayor is back.
All right, Mayor, you have the floor.
I am. I'm on my phone. Hopefully, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm also trying to get on computer. Denise, do you see me requesting to get on via the computer?
I do not, Mayor.
Okay, keep your eye open because it's a little slow.
Okay.
But while we're doing that, just keep your eye open. Why don't we move on then to council reports? I can't see you with my small little phone, but council members, go ahead and shout out if you have any reports on organizations that you serve with. Go ahead. Are there any council reports?
There are none, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll move on to City Administrator report. Chris Kukulski, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief as we've got a lot going on tonight. We did just wanted to flag folks for their calendars. I know it's been in the weekly for a few weeks in a row, but thinking about April 26th, which is a normal Monday. If the agenda is light enough, we'll do the budget introduction that night. If the budget isn't, we will plan that Tuesday. So I'd ask you to please keep Tuesday, April 27th, open to do that budget kickoff and a handful of smaller components. And then May 17, 18, and 19 for the remainder of the budget. I did get one email. I've got several emails from you liking this concept, but then I did receive one of concern about condensing it in this time frame as well. But I just don't want people surprised when we get into late April and mid-May there. So I want to make sure those are on your calendars. And if you want to adjust it, the sooner we do that, the better for everybody's calendars. I want to let you know we had an ex parte communication that came in late today after 3 p.m. And that was in opposition to agenda items 4 and 5 from Jim and Teresa Hellis. So just wanted to flag that for you. Also, a reminder that next Monday, March 29th, is one of those rare fifth Mondays. And so it's a bye week for all of us. So enjoy that night. I do think, if I recall, that you guys are having your picture taken that night. I've not kept super close track of that. Juanette has been on top of it, but I think you do have a schedule to get your picture taken that evening, about a year later than we ordinarily do. So I'm getting nervous if we keep putting it off. Last two items here briefly. Senate Bill 385 is that hearing's Wednesday afternoon. It again gets very prescriptive on districts, sunsetting them after a decade, requiring votes only to be voter approved, and a few other things. So we will be speaking in opposition, wanting to retain that local control there. And then the other bill that we're very interested in is House Bill 632. Now that's the bill that apparently is going to be carrying the federal, what money comes from the most recent COVID American Relief Act to the state of Montana. For some context, this bill is expected to be larger than the state's budget, and the state of Montana does not know yet how much money precisely it's going to get or what strings will be attached to that. So we are watching that very closely. We'll be working through that. And as a staff, we're prioritizing top projects out of the capital improvement plan. We're not creating things out of whole cloth, out of your adopted plans as opportunities become available. And lastly, next Monday, hope we'll have more information by next Monday, but next Monday, both Greg and Amy will be here in our work session. So they'll be able to share with us what's happened so far. Unfortunately, I wish I had more information for you on 632, but we just don't yet. But we're watching it very closely, working with the senator's office, representative's office, governor's office, and making sure that that we're in a good position as those funds start to become a little clearer. I will end my report there and gladly answer any questions council members have.
Any questions for Chris? Councilmember Parrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chris, what are your 5 strategic key points for improving the city of Billings, as you mentioned in your weekly?
Yeah, so, and I forwarded those earlier today, and I have in the past. So the 5 areas I talk about at a global level are internal, first and foremost, got about 920 employees, us all working on the council adopted priorities and moving in the same direction. Secondly, I put up improving the safety of Billings. Third up is improving our built environment. We talk about the adoption of Recode now and some of the areas relative to a sense of community. Fourth up, I talk about continuing to invest in infrastructure. We talk about the latest projects, West End Reservoir, airport, transportation, things of that nature. And fifth, but certainly not least, is to increase, frankly, and improve our investments in our quality of life, our parks, our trails. Last year was the Alberta Bear, things of that nature, cultural arts. And then I always put a significant plug in for an area that I have no direct influence whatsoever over, but I believe just like those 5 points is fundamental to the city's success, and that is the education system in our community, both public and private. We have K-12 public and private schools, and we have university and college that are public and private. And I really believe those investments in all 5, 6 of those areas are critical to our community's advancement and competition, frankly, or being competitive with retaining entrepreneurs, young families, people who want to come back home, and those who may choose to call Billings home in the future. So, Councilmember Purington, that's a very, very high level presentation. I've evolved a little bit over the years, but try to make sure it's consistent with the goals you guys adopt and what I hit on when I'm asked to talk about things like that.
Thank you. Anything else for Chris before we move to public comment on non-public hearing items? Councilor Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, I was looking at your schedule for the budget talks, and I think that's going to cram an awful lot of information, at one time. It's going to, normally we'd get some departments and have times to digest that and come back and talk some more about it. With all these departments coming at once, I think Frank sent email off today about this too, and I agree with him that it's going to be kind of the information overload in a lot of respects, because we won't have time to really get back there and research and look at some of these things that we're seeing within the budget. So I sure would like to see it broken up a little bit differently in that respect. Do you think going over this all at once like this, again, we haven't done it before. If the council is willing to try it and you're able, I guess we can try it. But I think it's a lot of information to hit over 3 days when council or staff has looked at this and researched it for months.
Chris?
Honestly, guys, we want to be effective with you. This is ultimately, we want this to be something that helps you feel comfortable with ultimately adopting the proposed budget or making changes. Part of our thought process was getting into budget mode mindfully and staying there instead of each week going back to it. But there are arguments for all sides, and there's no one magical way to do it. Maybe you would say, let's not do it 3 nights in a row. Let's do it that Tuesday and that Thursday and then that next week or something. Or maybe you want to go back to what's been going on each week, once a week, 4 or 5 or 6 weeks. We really wanted to, it needs to work for you guys.
Okay, let's have a little discussion, but not get into it too deep just because we got a lot to do tonight. Councilmember Trinke and Councilmember Shaw.
Personally, when I get my mind around the budget, it takes me time and energy in order to do that. And I would rather stay in that mindset for a few days or a week, as opposed to having to totally shift in and out of it on a weekly basis. That does not work really well for me. So I can't speak for how other people work and how their other minds work, but for me, putting it together within a couple of days or a week works much better for me personally. Thanks.
Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I also agree. And Councilmember Neese, I won't belabor what Councilmember Schuke just said, but I also hear exactly what you're saying. And so I feel like I am empathetic to it both ways, because I think it can be easier for people to have it more split up. I tend to be more like, I would rather just do it 3 days in a row and get my head into the space. But I'm wondering if we can, as council, kind of have a consensus of can we try it? We haven't ever tried this before, right? If it's terrible, we don't have to do it again, or we could stop, halfway through if it ends up really not working. So that's kind of my counter of, we're not stuck with this forever, but I would really like to try it.
And just as a reminder for council, I think everybody's probably seen the memo, but the proposed schedule is for a budget overview on April 27th, which is, I believe, a special Tuesday night meeting. And then Monday, May 17th, that's a regular meeting. And then going for the next 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday, May 18th and May 19th, and then back on May 7th at a regular meeting, and then adoption June 21st. So that's the schedule. Basically, intents during that week of May 17, 18, and 19 coming up. That's the proposal. Chris, will we get some materials from departments, written materials before that? Or it's one thing if we've had a chance to kind of look at it and then you have the meeting. It's another if it's all kind of jammed down your throat just at one meeting.
Well, remember this. Absolutely. You will get the proposed budget ahead of the April 27. And then that budget is what we will overview on the 27th. And we'll go back to that same document. You'll have the proposed budget, 3 weeks later when we really hit the 17, 18, and 19. So yes, you will not get the budget in chunks. You will get it together as a proposed budget for you to review. And then we'll start presenting it in that April, at least currently under that April 27 will be the first night of overview and some small pieces.
Okay, and I assume you would encourage written questions as soon as possible. As soon as people have the document, if they can generate those.
Correct. The other thing we're trying to open up, Mayor, is that when we traditionally went week to week to week, sometimes there was only 1 week or 2 weeks before the last session and the adoption nights. This actually provides a bigger gap there. And I'll candidly, with the staff and I are worried about this. You could say, okay, hey, we want to come back and look at this 4 more times because we still got 3 weeks. We could do that. So there's a gap period. There's a bigger gap between the last overview and adoption night, providing us a window to get in deeper. And yes, anything in writing is helpful. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ewald, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Another thing that I would like to see is we split the enterprise funds away from the general fund and handle each one separately. There's a big difference between funding for enterprise funds and general fund. General funds like under 60 million, enterprise funds are 300 plus million. So there's a big gap in there and they're all handled differently. And it should be handled separately and passed separately, I think.
So Mayor and Council, we will present them as a staff. At least our plan is they come on the nights. I think we've provided you not only that calendar schedule, but what is planned to be on each night so department heads can prepare. I think though maybe Councilmember Ewald, you're referencing to the adoption itself. Because we do present it separate. We present it in those groups, but then we get to that adoption all together. Nothing says you can't adopt in pieces either. So.
Chris, maybe you could be a little more specific with a later email. That what we received or what I have in front of me in the weekly from March 5th did not have that kind of breakdown. Maybe the more specific weekly does have that breakdown. Except for Monday, May 17th says public safety, but the rest are just called budget, department budgets. But maybe there was a more recent, more detailed one. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Mayor Cole, I'm just wondering if this can be a discussion for council discussion at a work session or email. This is really council related. We have so many people waiting and we have a really long night. If it's a possibility that it could be on a council discussion at a work session, that would be great.
I think so. Let's move on. But this was valuable because it's such an important thing. But so it was still valuable. But let's move on. Our next item up is public comment on non-public hearing items. What that means is if it's an item that you'd like to comment on that we're not going to have a public hearing on later, now is your time to call the public call-in number. And this is the same number throughout the evening, so write this down. It's a local number, area code 406-237-6196. There's 4 items at this time we want comment on. One is the consent agenda. Anything under item 1, there's a series of sub items. And then item 2A, that's the Glen Eagles contract with Staley Engineering. Item 7, the development agreement with Aviation Properties. And item 10, the development agreement with Crown Properties. There will not be a public hearing on those items, 1, 2A, 7, and 10. So if you want to comment on those now, this is your only opportunity. You need to call that number 237-6196. Feel free to call that number now if you'd like to comment on any of those 4 items. If you'd like to comment on a different item, you'll have an opportunity later when we get to a public hearing on all of the other items. Those will be separate public hearings. We'll just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Tell us your name and your address. And please turn off or mute your screen, your television or your computer, because our meeting is ahead of what you're hearing. And it's very confusing and you get feedback if you don't do that. So again, items 1, 2A, 7, or 10, if you'd like to comment, call immediately. 237-6196. We'll ask our Denise Bowman, our city clerk, if she's had any callers to 237-6196 on those 4 items. Denise, do we have any callers?
We just missed one, so I'll give him a couple of seconds here and he'll probably call right back.
There might have been somebody who realized that they were going to have an opportunity on a different item later.
Okay, we've got a caller. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. We will give you 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Pardon?
May I have your name and address, please?
Jerry Dernbach. Address 344 Wyatt Circle, 59106 up on the rims. And I'm calling regards Billings Flying Service and the annexation development of tracks 1A, 1D, and 14 on Highway 3.
Okay, so we will be having a public hearing a little bit later. Mayor, did you want to allow his comment now or take it later?
Let's take it now because we'll just remind the caller, hopefully he can hear. This is the time for comment on item 7, the development agreement with Aviation Properties. So that's the agreement that would apply if the property up there is annexed. These things do get kind of mixed up, but you'll have an opportunity to comment more specifically on the zone change and the annexation itself. But if you've got a comment specifically on the development agreement, please feel free to give it to us.
Mr. Dernbach, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard him.
Okay. Is your comment about the development agreement?
Yeah, well, it's about being misrepresented by the group up here. I live on the rims, part of the task force, but not represented by the small group. That has to do with the agreement and the strong support that our group here offers for the annexation and development of said tracts.
Go ahead. We've got you. It'll be inefficient if we ask you to call back later. So if you've got any more comments, go ahead, just to try to keep it short. Thank you.
I'll give a call back when you're hearing item 7.
Well, this is the time for item 7. The other items are the ones where we'll have a public hearing that you could comment on the other items later.
All right, then here we go. Here's my 3 minutes.
Okay.
First of all, neither I nor many of the other neighbors up here are part of the naysayers regards the development and annexation of those said tracts. Okay, that's a very small group of 6. I feel to a large degree that we've been bullied by those people, more importantly, misrepresented by the said group. And I'd like this commission to know that the majority of the REMS supports this annexation and development. We are in no way, shape, or form to be represented by this small group of 6 who truly only represent their own agenda. We are strong supporters of Billings Flying Service development. We talk about development of the community, development of the airport. That's what this is all about. All of the work that they have done, the Blaine family, Billings Flying Service, for our community, regards to helicopters, law enforcement, rescue, heavy lift, never charged for. In short, the majority of the group up here strongly feels that they will deliver to the community one of the finest, most appealing projects ever. The Billings Flying Service folks can and will deliver perfection if given the chance. Done.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Denise, do we have other callers? And just a reminder, other callers on those developments, you will have an opportunity later to comment very specifically on the annexations and proposed zone changes. Denise, any other callers?
Yes, Mayor, I have another caller. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. We'll give you 3 minutes to give us your comment. Could you please mute your television? Okay, may I have your name and address, please?
This is R.W. and Donna McCamey at 104 Sky Ranch Drive, 59106. We are across the street from Billings Aviation and the Billings Flying Service. And we speak in support of the project that they are developing. A few years ago, they tried to get the process going, and there was a lot of dissension about it. And now it seems like the same people are dissenting. We are for the project because they are reliable and trustworthy people. They will not work against whatever is good for Billings. They're longtime people, longtime residents. They know the value of Billings and their participation in it. We approve, and we hope that you will vote to have the annexation and approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, caller. I'll just remind the callers that it is a little confusing, but this is the time to comment on this development agreement specifically, not the annexation or the zone change. It's a difficult distinction to make, but I would encourage you to hold your calls unless you have something specific to the development agreement. Any other calls, Denise?
Mayor, it appears we have reached the end of our callers.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we will close the public comment period on non-public hearing items and continue then to item 1, our consent agenda. Are there separations from the consent agenda for a separate discussion or vote? Any separations from item 1? Seeing none, is there a motion pertaining? Council Member Neese and Shaw. Councilmember Neese?
I move to approve the items on the consent agenda as submitted with the, and there is no exception, so as submitted.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Shaw seconds that. Discussion on the motion or other questions for staff relating to any of these items. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. And Chris, and I don't know if Mike is on, maybe you can explain this. I had asked about the item E and F, the privatization of the parks. Can you kind of explain what the difference between that is when we're developing these parcels like this and we have these areas where their parks are privatized and funded by HOAs versus private neighborhood parks and that may be funded by neighborhood districts?
So, Councilmember Neese, Mayor, and Council, I'm going to keep this a very high level, and I think it would be a good discussion for us to circle back to. I did learn today through the question, so thank you, Councilmember Neese, that our code does allow developers to propose HOA or private HOA maintained and or private or fully public park. So I need to better understand what our regs have there. It isn't the norm. And I say the norm. It isn't most common that they are HOA. Most commonly, parks are dedicated or park cash in lieu are dedicated to meet the statutory requirement. And so that is a decision at subdivision, as I understand it, for projects. And I do think long range, it is a discussion when we get into possibly updating or subdivision regulations. I would also say, and Annafeld, I think, is a really good example of this. It's why in my email back to you, I said, I wasn't thinking of Annafeld, but I was thinking never say never. Sometimes, especially in these newer, which often are classical design neighborhoods, you have some park scenarios or parkland or density or home locations where it's almost, though that public space may feel like a front yard, it actually is a neighborhood park. So I think you really don't want to have a total one size fits all, but we do want to be sensitive, big picture, to homeowner association maintained parks. I've run into some real challenges there, or private parks if they become the dominant feature in your park system. Most notably, and I have not heard this complaint at all in my short time in Billings, I've run into issues where that neighborhood kind of scares away non-residents from using what is otherwise a public park. That's not been something I've dealt with in my time here, but that's the ultimate concern that I have about that opportunity. So sorry that it's not very specific, but I think it's a really good policy conversation around our subdivision regs, which are different than Project Recode. And I think in this case, what you're doing tonight is very consistent with this design plan for this development.
Mayor, quick follow-up then.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chris. And that you're right. I believe that is a policy question that we need to address. And so if that's something that you can talk to your staff about as far as bringing something in that would help make sure that those parks that are developed within the subdivisions do have, every citizen will have access to those. And if for some reason those parks become derelict, that the city can do something to either step up and take it over and then assess those fees and maintain it, or make sure they bring it to standards of what park standards should be. So it is, I think it's a loophole, and maybe it won't happen in this particular subdivision, and I'm not holding it up for that, but I sure would like to see us make sure we don't see something like that happen. So, but thank you for discussing it. I didn't get a chance to read Mike's email. I don't know if he sent it to the whole council, but if he didn't, I'll forward it to all the whole council.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese. Here, I might just comment that my recollection is that in Title 76, the park dedication statute for subdivision does not require public ownership. And that's why the city has allowed dedication of land that is remains privately owned by an HOA. But that statute does reference that the property has to be for the benefit of the area. And hence why we need to make sure that it is for the benefit of the whole area, not just a handful of people in that particular subdivision. Okay, Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. My question's for Chief St. John, and it's on consent 1D. And so my question for you, Chief, is that according to the staff memo, it says that 19 years ago, Montana was designated as a high-intensity drug traffic area. 19 years ago. Do you see us getting off that list? What do we have to do to get off that list?
Council member, Mayor, good evening. Well, I think we probably need to eradicate a lot of the problems that we're seeing right now. The HIDA designation is kind of a double-edged sword in that we are classified as a high drug traffic area. And the flip side of that, it qualifies us for federal money. And we tap into the federal system with our partners to help combat that. I'd like to lose it and not be a high drug traffic area. I can't project that anytime in the near future, given what we're seeing going on right now.
Thank you. Could I follow up with that, Mayor Cole?
Please.
Thank you. So how I know you're on the law enforcement end. It seems as though maybe some of this needs to be, we have to reduce the demand. Is that one way we're going to be able to end our qualification on that list?
Absolutely, Council Member. I think that's the initiative you're well aware of, the Substance Abuse Connect. We were able to convince ONDCP, that is the Office of National Drug Control Policy, which provides money for all the national HIDAs, that our program to interrupt the demand on the front end with treatment, prevention, and education was a worthy cause for the exact same reason that you're talking about. And in fact, there's been thousands of dollars that have come through the police department to our partners on the substance abuse side to try to address it from that issue. It is a very lofty goal, and especially from an agency that deals specifically with enforcement. So we're working hard with our partners on that, but we fully recognize that's where the problem is on the front end. Enforcement, we do pretty good work, but we still got a lot of things to do, especially on the front end.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. And just to follow up, Chief, on I think it mentioned in the staff memo regarding all the other agencies that are involved in this task force. And so the money that comes, it comes to the Billings Police Department. Does it go to these other, like the Sheriff's Department, I can't remember who all was named in that list, but do you manage that money, or it's just what you use in your operation of the drug trafficking issue?
Council member, we manage that money for all of those organizations. The federal organizations do not get any of the forfeiture or seizure funds if those come available. We share those with our local and state partners, depending on involvement. But that amount of money basically allows us to pay for overtime, what we call purchase of evidence and informants, some of the support stuff that goes along with long-term protracted investigations. But we are the fiduciary, and we have a supervisor that oversees all of those entities. So very, very proud to have that standing with the organization.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions concerning any item on the consent agenda, or comments or discussion on the motion for approval? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to recognize and thank Laura Draker for volunteering to serve on the Parks Board for the expired term of Larry Brewster. I think that's great when our citizens step up and serve like that.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. We've got a great Parks Board like many of our boards. Anything else on item number 1 before we move to a vote? Seeing none, then we will proceed to a vote. The motion, Councilmember Neese, seconded by Councilmember Shaw, is for approval, consistent with the staff recommendations in your packet for all the items on the consent agenda. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Brings us then to regular agenda. And item number 2, Denise, would you read item number 2?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and resolution creating SID 1416 Glen Eagles Boulevard. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Debbie Melling, our Public Works Director, has her camera on. So, Chris, I'll turn it over to Debbie unless you have something here. No? Okay. So, Debbie, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to share my screen here and start the presentation. Okay. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, so this is SID 1416, which is Glen Eagles Boulevard. It's a section of the Heights that's just west of Lake Hills Golf Course. We have done many of the portions of this neighborhood through SIDs. The reason is, back when this originally was subdivided, it was before we had certain rules in place, and so lots were sold before infrastructure was actually done. So we have multiple property owners owning lots within these areas. So we can't do it by typical methods, which is a private contract where the developer just comes in and does the work. So we have to do it by SID, and that's why you see several of them from this particular area of town. This is the district boundary. There's 3 property owners that are unique, and then Ron Hill owns the rest of the properties, 14 of the 17. This is just a little bit of information about the project itself. It does include water, sewer, and the roadway, including curb gutter. The sidewalk will be built with the properties when they develop. So the details of it, it's about $781,000. There's 17 parcels. As I said, 14 are owned by one property owner. It includes all of the improvements typical to a city street. The sidewalks will be installed with the building permits. Like I said, there is a split between 3 different groups. The city has a contribution primarily for storm drainage, but also because Glen Eagles is an arterial. So we do pay a portion of that because it's a wider street than we would normally require developers to install. Ron Hill has a cash contribution of just over $500,000, and that does meet that raw land requirement that we have in our city code, or resolution, if you will. And then the 3 other property owners are right around $110,000. So the resolution of intent was last month. If after the public hearing this evening you pass the creation, then we will start construction in late May and finish it later this summer. And that will allow us to get those assessments on the taxes this fall. And that is that project in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Debbie before we open it up for a public hearing? This is a public hearing on this item. Any questions for Debbie? While you're thinking about it, members of the public, if you're listening and you'd like to comment on this SID on Glen Eagles Boulevard, now is your time to call in. Please call the same number, 237. Look at my cheat sheet here. You'd think I'd have it memorized, 6196, right? Do I have that right, Denise? My little sticky fell away. So yeah, 237-6196. I say it more often than my home phone, that's for sure. Should know it. 237-6196. 237-6196. Just a reminder that we ask that you keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and your address, and please turn off or mute your screen because our meeting is ahead of what you're hearing. I'll delay slightly here to allow calls to come in because of that delay. While we are waiting, again, council members, any questions for Debbie or any other staff member? I don't see Councilmember Brown.
Just curiosity, since we have a little time. Debbie, were any of these property owners opposed to this SID?
Sorry, I should have said that. No, we had 0 protests on this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Denise, do we have anyone who's called 237-6196?
No, Mayor, no calls for this item.
Okay, then we will close the public hearing on item 2. Turn it back to council. Council, any further discussion or motion? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing consistent with written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution creating SID 1416 as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Ewald seconds the motion. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, which is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes item 2, but there's an item 2A. And so back to Debbie for item 2A.
Mayor, did you want me to read the description?
Please do. Yes, I'm sorry. Denise.
That's fine. Professional services contract for SID 1416 Glen Eagles Boulevard, Staley Engineering and Associates for $104,548. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, so this type of action would typically be on consent, so I didn't prepare a presentation. Basically, this is a professional services. We selected Staley Engineering to design Glen Eagles, and this is just the contract for the design and construction administration of that project.
Questions for Debbie? Councilmember Neese. Councilmember Neese, you are muted.
Thank you. I was not going to ask a question. I'm making a motion. So I move to approve the professional services contract for SID 1416 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Second by Councilmember Boyette. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor and Council. I'm just always curious, Debbie. We have often the same kind of development, and excuse my ignorance. I have 4 kids that are engineers, but it seems to me like a lot of money for the same footprint for every area. You know, could you just a couple sentences explain that? $100,000 for a block that they could probably use the same blueprint in another neighborhood. Thank you.
Sure. Mayor and Council, when we do a project like this, some of the things that we look at, obviously you have to do a survey because there's different cut and fill because the existing terrain will be different depending on where you go. So there will be different amounts of areas that you have to cut, areas that you need to fill. The type of soil that we're working with, they will make a recommendation on this section so that we make sure our asphalt and our subgrade is thick enough to hold up for years with this, with the traffic on it. So a lot of what we look at are just unique components to each site. And then the other half of it is the construction administration. And that's a large part of it, where we're actually on site watching what the contractor's doing the tests, making sure that that work is all done properly. And that's unique, of course, to every project.
Thank you. Any other questions for Debbie? Any other questions for Debbie? Any other discussion on the yes, we do have a motion. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, we will proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval. There is no public hearing on this item. So we'll proceed to the vote. All in favor of the motion for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 2A and brings us to item 3. Denise, would you read item 3?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 989, a zone change from eBird Central Works to eBird Industrial Sanctuary, located at 5 North 16th Street. J&S Properties, Inc. is the owner, and Simonson Architect is the agent. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a zone change for property in the East Billings Urban Renewal District.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, I believe the mayor is frozen.
Yes, it appears that way.
Well, continue, Nicole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring up a short presentation for you. Maybe.
Hey, Chris, your cattail's in the way.
Up there a little bit. So we'll get Denise back. So I think zone.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, should I continue?
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So the
and I am back. We had a little blip here at City Hall. Looks like.
Okay. As the clerk announced, this is a zone change for one piece of property down at 5 North 16th Street. It's just north of Montana Avenue.
So, but we're all back with you. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nicole.
Okay. So this is the pink color on your screen here. This is a zoning map. This is the East Billings Urban Renewal District Central Works Zone. And then the eBird Industrials. Yes, Mayor?
Continue, Nicole.
Okay, thank you. Industrial Sanctuary.
You appear frozen to.
Okay. All right, I think the mayor's going to have to rejoin. Industrial Sanctuary is in the blue on the screen here. And then the light gray is the light industrial zone, and the heavy industrial zone is a darker gray. Originally, the Industrial Sanctuary zone also applied to this property to the east, but that was rezoned to Central Works in 2018 to allow a mixed-use development in the old in the Cairo Center to the east. So the Zoning Commission conducted their public hearing on March 2nd and is recommending approval of the zone change based on their findings, recommended findings to you of the 10 review criteria. It does meet the growth policy requirements in the master plan for the eBird Zone District. Will allow this owner to use a different type of building for an industrial plant, a new Yellowstone ice and water plant. The adjacent uses and zoning are compatible with the use. We had no public comment from the surrounding property owners at the public hearing or by email or letter to the planning division. Here's an aerial of the property. As you can see, part of the property is used for an enclosed storage area, and then part of the property is used for additional parking for an adjacent owner. This is the current location of Yellowstone Ice and Water at 1718 4th Avenue North. And they'd like to invest in a larger production plant on a larger site at this location down on North 15th and North 16th. So here is the existing site. As you can see, these are lots 1 through 12 of original city block. Here's Montana Avenue. And there's also sketched in here some site improvements to the adjacent right-of-way, including on-street parking. A letter of support was received from the Billings Industrial Revitalization District Property Owners Association in support of the zone change. Here's a subject property on a February day. If you're standing on Montana Avenue looking north, so that's the enclosed storage part of the property. And then looking to the northeast, the Cairo Center redevelopment. Looking northwest, you're standing on Montana Avenue, then looking directly west back towards downtown. To the south, there's some warehousing and industrial construction type businesses there. Just a short slide here showing you the 10 review criteria for all zone changes, what we need to consider and findings we need to have for each zone change. Again, here is the zoning map and an aerial view, and I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Questions for Nicole. Nicole, I'll ask you to minimize your screen so I can see other council members.
Sure.
And questions for Nicole. Do we have any questions for Nicole? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, we just got done doing, 6 months, 3 months, 4 months on Project Recode. And one of the reasons for Project Recode is so we don't have all these zone changes. That's the way I understood it anyway. And now we're not even 2 months into adoption and we already got our first zone change. Is there a reason for this?
Well, the East Billings Urban Renewal District was incorporated into a new section of our zoning code, but that has always been part of our zoning districts. And property owners have different needs for their property at different times. Project Recode will not necessarily diminish the number of zone changes that are coming forward to the City Council. But we hope that those are more straightforward, that we do them primarily at the time of annexation, or when people are, changing tracks on which direction they want to move their property. So we think we got the zoning map and the zoning code in the right place, but it's not going to be perfect. So people will still have a need to come forward with zone changes.
All right, thank you. I'm in agreement with what's going on, but I was under the assumption that it was to eliminate all these zone changes that we were going through, but I guess I was wrong.
Well, and Nicole, isn't the point that the rules for eBird simply didn't change? So if there was a need before, there would be a need today. This is kind of a unique animal because there wasn't a change under Recode for eBird to speak of, right?
That is correct, Mayor.
Hopefully it will reduce the other ones, though. Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Ronning.
Actually, Mayor, I'll reserve asking a question.
Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I was going to make a motion if there were no more questions.
Don't see anybody waving their hand, and even after your motion, they can still ask their question. So please go ahead.
Have we had a public hearing? Sorry, Councilmember.
I apologize. You're absolutely right, Councilmember Shaw. This is a public hearing item, so we need to do that first. Any other questions for staff before we move to public hearing? Okay, members of the public, this is your opportunity to comment on this zone change. That phone number again, 237-6196. Call it immediately because there is a delay and we're ahead of what you're hearing. 237-6196. Please call immediately if you'd like to comment. Ask to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Tell us your name and address and turn off or mute your television or your computer. 237-6196. While we wait for any calls to come in, again, any questions for staff? Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor. I just wondering if Scott Chisaric could just say just a couple words about it'll be a very positive impact in that neighborhood since he's on. I think he's the investor, and that's a lot of investment in that area. It's kind of in need. So if Scott wanted to say something, would that be all right?
Absolutely. Scott Chisaric, owner of the property, did you have any presentation or like to make any other comments while we wait for public comment? If you're still with us.
I'm here. Yeah, my business partner, Jason, and I have just needed a newer plant, and we already own the property. And so we thought, what better place to put it than a kind of a dead end street that needed something. And so we didn't chew up any valuable frontage type property for a plant. So it should fit in there perfect. And that's about it. Thank you for looking at it and the time tonight.
Thank you very much. Denise, do we have any callers to 237-6196?
No, Mayor, I've received no calls.
Okay. Since there are no calls, we'll close the public hearing on item number 3. Back to council. Councilmember Ronning, you said you wanted to make the motion, I believe.
Sure. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve zone change 989 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Second, Councilmember Boyette. Discussion on the motion. What discussion do we have? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Now I'll make a comment in favor of this. I believe this is a good use of the land down there. And one of the things that Nicole showed in her photos, which I hope she reported to code enforcement, is the graffiti. But now that we have a plant down there, I think that'll help curb some of that happening down there. So that's it's good to see development in that area because it is a dead end street and we need some development in that area. So I appreciate the investors taking time to find areas to grow in our city.
Thank you very much. Nicole, with our site development regulations, there will be some landscaping that goes along with the development, I assume. And can you confirm that?
Yes, Mayor Cole, the eBird code has its own separate landscaping requirements, and those will be part of any development plan that's submitted for a building permit. So I think we've already got that all planned out.
Great. We need more trees, especially in that part of the world. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That then brings us to item number 4. This is the first of a series of items involving property on Highway 3 for anybody who is listening. Denise, would you read item number 4?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and resolution for annexation 20-05B, a property located west of AJ Way and north of Highway 3. Aviation Properties, LLC is the petitioner. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Chris Mikulski, I'll turn it over to Monica Plecker from Planning for the presentation here, unless you had anything by way of introduction.
No, I think Monica will get rolling, and later I'll make a few brief comments when the time is appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Monica, it's all yours. And Monica, if you're talking, I can't hear you, which might suggest you're on mute.
Okay, my apologies for that. Thank you very much. Are you able to see my screen at this time?
We can see your screen, but also all of your little slides on the left. Okay. There you go. Okay, great. All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. As Denise introduced, this is annexation petition 20-05B. For clarification purposes, I would like to just state that 20-05B is specifically the parcels that are west of AJ Way. Additionally, right out of the gate, I would like to comment on the ownership of the parcel, as I believe Council has received an email or two in regards to this topic. Through a formal letter of appointment between Lupine Holdings LLC and Aviation Properties LLC, Aviation Properties does have the ability to act and bring forward a petition on behalf of Lupine Holdings. It's the opinion of city staff, including the city legal staff, that we are able to continue on, and that this item in no way prohibits the city council from taking action, nor does it invalidate the item that you are hearing tonight. So I would like to move forward. So before I get into the specifics of annexation 20-05B, I do want to take just a brief minute to kind of touch on the interconnectedness and the relation of several of the items that you have before you tonight. Specifically, first up, we have annexation 20-05B west of AJ Way. We do have both a petition with a public hearing and then an associated zone change 987. The zone change, as well as the prior petition, were delayed on February 22nd. So this is the second time that you're seeing these items on your agenda. There will be a separate public hearing, and there is no associated zone change with annexation 20-05A. These are the parcels that are east of AJ Way. After the delay on February 22nd, you may be asking yourself, why are we seeing now two petitions? It was the request of the developer to split the petition into two requests, which is why we've ended up with A and B. It was not an unreasonable request to accommodate, and we did renotice and repost the property, distinguishing the two requests. For annexation 20-05A, you will consider a development agreement and a ward boundary ordinance. I will get into why annexation 20-05 doesn't have these items tonight, and that will be later in my presentation, and I'll just briefly touch on it in this next slide. Not having a development agreement and not having the ward boundary ordinance tonight is not something that is out of the ordinary. We do, in the interest of trying to be as efficient as possible, as staff try to bring forward all related applications. But sometimes when you're dealing with something that can be, an elephant, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, right? So you have considered annexations in the past where there have been delayed actions on development agreements. It can be for a number of reasons. You most recently did something like this in last year when there was an annexation along Bitterroot Drive, which had a 6-month time frame in order for the development agreement to come back. So this is not unusual or out of the ordinary, and it's very deliberate that this is the case tonight. Specifically, your staff report touched on the fact that there are multiple applications. We're grateful from a planning staff that the applicants brought forward multiple things for our consideration. We want to understand the whole picture, but at the same time, it's reasonable for the applicant to want to understand what the outcome of things are. We're not able to condition an annexation contingent on a zone change. So in order to kind of give the applicant an indication of what's going to happen with their property, we needed to delay items with specific trigger points, but also knowing that they were going to come back to you. So it's a very deliberately designed process to help truly all parties involved. Again, continuing to recognize that there are multiple items, I do want to note a couple of
key things. First and foremost, the annexation policy guides action on annexation petitions. Zone changes have their own separate criteria. Tonight, you have two distinct public hearings that require two distinct separate actions. From this point, when I move forward in this presentation, the focus of my presentation is strictly going to be related to the annexation policy, and the hearing for this petition. Before you is Annexation 20-05B. This is the exhibit that depicts the annexation. This does encompass two parcels, which consist of 21.852 gross acres and 20.016 net acres. This is an aerial view of the subject property. It presently is existing dryland farming. Moving forward to the limits of annexation map, you can see that this is in the red petition area. This means that the property owner is able to make this request in the first place. I do want to take a little bit of time to focus on the limits of annexation map, how it's a tool, and touch on the fact that this annexation map is considered by council, and it is a policy direction that is set by council. You most recently considered the map as a whole in October of 2020. Specifically, as Wyeth Friday was presenting that, he touched on this area because this is a new area to the area, or to the limits of the annexation map. There was quite a bit of discussion as well as information that was provided about why this is an area of anticipated growth, specifically as it relates to development of the inner belt loop, proximity to the airport. And so without belaboring or reading to you directly from the staff report, I hope you did take time to read through that. I would just like to say that, this is a policy that is endorsed by City Council, and it does truly provide guidance to both staff and landowners. Recognizing that it is appropriate, is within a 5-year time frame that we expect these types of requests to come forward for City Council consideration. Because this is a fairly undeveloped area to the north of Highway 3 at this time, this is a big decision. And I don't want to, belittle the seriousness of the decision that you have in front of you tonight. I will say that as you consider annexation, the appropriateness of whether or not the city can provide services, and whether or not this is in the best interest of the public in the city of Billings as a whole to grow in this area. I think it's important to recognize that not annexing the property in no way ensures that development cannot occur. So I just want to make that point, and I recognize the seriousness of the decision that you have in front of you. Just briefly wanted to show you the zoning of the area and surrounding zones. It is presently zoned agricultural open, and you will have your opportunity during a different item and separate hearing to consider the zone change, but presently it's ag open, which does mean it requires a zone change. To the east, we've got heavy commercial. We also have industrial to the northeast. The airport area that you see is zoned public. And then to the south of Highway 3, we've got N3 and N2 residential districts, as well as public parkland. I'd like to move forward through some pictures. Here is the annexation request. Technically, this is at the intersection of AJ Way and Highway 3. This is looking northeast. This is at the intersection of AJ Way, looking north. This is at the intersection of Highway 3 and AJ Way, looking west. This is looking southeast across to Stony Ridge Road and Highway 3. And this is looking northeast from AJ Way to Highway 3. So the annexation policy has 5 criteria that are to be considered. 1 is the area located within the limits of the annexation map. You've seen the map and have demonstrated that this is in the red petition area. 2nd, is the city able to provide adequate services to the property? There are admittedly some challenges with some services in the area, but the challenges are not so great that they outweigh the opportunities or the ability to serve the property with the proper improvements. Any proposed public improvements in the area will be annexed to city standards through the use of a forthcoming development agreement, as well as just mechanisms that we have in the city to trigger developments. This criteria is met as well. All property owners within the area to be annexed must sign a waiver of right to protest for future SIDs. This is a requirement of a development agreement, which will come forward to you at some point in time prior to April 26th, I should say, if you choose to approve the petition for annexation. And finally, any proposed development of the site will be done in compliance with zoning and site development regulations. Basically what this means is that prior to subdivision approvals and prior to building permit issuance, there will be review and approval processes to make sure that future development prior to building permits are in compliance with our local regulations. So again, we rely on those mechanisms at that point in time to ensure that these criteria are met. With that, I will move on to highlighting the recommendation. Staff does recommend that the City Council conduct a public hearing and approve the resolution subject to annexing the subject property and subject to conditions. You've heard me talk about the development agreement. You also probably read in the staff report about the requirement of a perpetual air rights easement to basically help ensure that the airspace is protected for the interest and growth and development of our airport. I want to talk briefly about the recommendation, how staff comes up with that recommendation. It's a decision that is not taken lightly. Planning staff contacts all city departments and divisions requesting their input. We use their input to guide our recommendation. In your staff report, there is a brief summary provided of all departmental responses. I'd like to point out, because it's important to do so, that with our emergency services like fire and police, they do continue to talk about how continued annexation without commensurate resources will be a challenge over time. However, neither fire nor police is at a position where they are willing to stand in the way of a positive recommendation. They were a part of the limits of annexation recommendation that was before you last fall when this property was considered for the red area. So it's a known and anticipated area where they have expected and anticipated growth. Those are the two that I would like to highlight. Again, the information I've provided to the right is basically to reinforce why the annexation resolution is the way that it is, why you're not considering a development agreement tonight specifically for these parcels. The resolution is not immediately effective, and that's intentional. We have put a date of April 26th, 2021 as when all conditions of approval must be met. If they're not met by that point in time, the annexation would not be effective and it would run null and void. Any future consideration would have to be under a new and separate petition. And further, I just want to emphasize that, again, this is deliberate. We cannot, based on, our limitations with condition and outcome of a zone change. Therefore, the only way to provide the developer and the landowner with the ability to understand that decision and how it may impact their willingness, their time frame, how quickly they'd like to move forward with annexation, we have to delay those documents in order to accommodate this. This is not an unreasonable request. And again, it's not outside of things that you've done in the past, most recently, even within the last year. So with that, I'll end my presentation. I do know that the applicant as well as their agents are available, and this is a public hearing item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Erin Herringer, and I am representing Lupine Holdings and Aviation Properties. And I will be able to answer questions, but my agent, Jeff Canning with Collaborative Design Architects, will be presenting at this time.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Thanks for your time this evening. Monica did an excellent job of kind of breaking out our kind of complex petition with you this evening. And yes, this first section is just simply on the annexation with those 5 different criteria that she outlined there. I was brought onto this process to really help navigate with Aviation Properties LLC and the Blaine family that the prescriptive method of doing this per your own city guidelines. And so we followed those closely, and we've either met or exceeded the requirements, those requirements as we move forward with this. We proactively have met with staff. The planning staff has been awesome working with us, calling us in, and really enabling us to be where we're at tonight. And so we thank them for their time. We've also worked with Joe Sheridan with the water, Chris Hertz at engineering, Mike Spini at fire, and with Kevin Plone at the airport as well. So city staff has been much involved. And then as well, we have met with the neighborhood on this project. We met with them in December, in March, and even have gone door to door with this as well. And so as we move forward with this annexation, we also considered the many policies and studies you already have in place. We went through the Highway 3 corridor study, the Inner Belt Loop study, the 2016 growth policy, the Billings Urban Area Long Range Transportation Plan, the Bike and Trail Master Plan, and again, even with Kevin, the Airport Master Plan. And so we did all this in effort to really dig into this to make sure we're doing what you guys have moved forward with all those plans. And so we're excited tonight to be here in front of you to work with you on this.
Mayor, you're muted. Yeah, Mayor's muted. Are there, thank you for that. Is there any other question? Council, how about questions for, okay, I'll go for Pam and then Roy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. One of the things, Monica, you mentioned your second point for the 5 points or the 5 criteria that adequately providing services. Does this include the infrastructure for water and sewer?
It does, and I may need to rely on Public Works Director Debbie Melling to help me with this, but there were comments specifically related to water and sewer. Mains do exist in Highway 3 and are accessible to the property with extensions. There may be some sizing challenges, all of which can be overcome. Again, we're not so overwhelming that Public Works was not favorable of the annexation.
So a follow-up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I had something plugged in that shouldn't have been plugged in. Councilman Puritan, go ahead, follow up. So Monica, you mentioned that there were some challenges. Can you discuss those challenges?
Councilmember Puritan, I briefly just touched on the sizing. The property would be served with water off of the existing 12-inch main. And then also the existing sanitary sewer is available in Highway 3. There could be a possibility that the capacities and the main sizes will need to be increased. That's the challenge that I'm talking about, the sizing increases. I can finish there.
And then Mr. Mayor or Deputy Mayor, one of you two, I have one more question for,
go ahead.
Thank you, for Jeff. Or Aaron, but I suppose Jeff. So Jeff, how are you receiving water in this area right now?
Currently, this property is not in the city, and so the Billings Fine Service building is on a well system and a septic tank and drain field.
Okay, thank you.
And this is actually north of, this is on a separate piece of property than we're actually considering right now for this first petition.
Okay, thank you very much. And Jeff, on that last one, it's an actual well, not just hauled water to a cistern?
The cistern.
It is a cistern?
Yeah, it is a cistern, Mayor.
Okay, so no well, but a cistern, hauled water. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Trickey, you had your hand up? And then Councilmember Bernice?
So this is a long-term question. I'm wondering if long-term you're thinking about access to this area from something other than Highway 3, like a road that's going through up there through the north of that property?
Yes, we are considering, in fact, I've been talking with city engineering, and one of the things we're doing is a 45-foot collector road versus the 39-foot for AJ Way. And we're doing that increased size so that we can have internal roads and one entry point at AJ Way. So we are considering that, Councilman Trickey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. Monica, in the staff report, there was alternatives mentioned about conditioning this for if the annexation failed. So conditioning this request upon that, but yet I think I heard you say that we couldn't do that. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, Councilmember Bernice, to clarify, the resolution of annexation just can't come outright and say this petition is only effective based on the outcome of a zone change. We are limited to that. And the reason for that is because of the way that the property has to be annexed first, or there has to be an indication that the annexation is going to happen in order to even allow the city council to consider the zone change. Zone changes are not immediately effective. They have a second reading plus a 30-day waiting period before they become effective. And so in coordinating with other communities, such as the city of Bozeman, as well as the city of Missoula, we did research on basically how they're able to achieve that type of outcome without strictly conditioning the outcome of a zone change. And this is in line with state law, and how those communities practice this is basically having delayed documents so that the zone change hearing and decision can take place. And then ultimately the applicant can determine if the outcome was what they wanted and if they want to pursue finishing up the conditions of approval, which would be the development agreement within a certain amount of time. So it's a way to indirectly achieve and provide that decision to the developer without actually stating it in the resolution, since we're unable to do so.
Okay, Mayor, quick follow-up then.
Go ahead.
So just to clarify, the fourth bullet point there under alternatives, even though it suggests to do that, we are actually not allowed to do that.
Correct. It's indirectly achieving that.
Right. I understand. I just want to make sure it wasn't, it looked to me like I was thinking about, that would be a good way to do it, but you're saying we can't do it, so I will not pursue that way. Mayor, if I do have another question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And this is for Debbie. Debbie, are you on?
Debbie Melling.
Debbie, the supply lines, or the lines that are up there now, and then we're talking about future growth. I think I remember seeing something about 12-inch line will work, but we have to size it to an 18-inch line down the road. Is there a reason why? I think you stated, and maybe it wasn't in this memo, it's another memo, that the city would actually pay for that upsizing from 12 to 18. Is there a reason why all the developers in that whole area who are from where it's being developed all the way out through the Inner Belt Loop is not sharing in the total cost of the upsizing? Because they all are contributing to the reason why they need it to be 18 inches.
Sure. Our current rules and regs are very specific about how the water lines and sewer lines are paid for. Up to a 12-inch is all paid by development, and then above a 12-inch is paid by the city. That doesn't mean that we can't look at that in our next rules and regs, which we're updating soon. But that is the way it's very, very specifically defined.
Okay, thank you. That helps explain it. And Mayor, I see Frank's hand up, so I do have another question for Debbie, but along this.
We'll go to Councilmember Ewalt and a few others, and then come back to you, Councilmember News, assuming we have time. Councilmember Ewalt?
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, who paid for the 12-inch line? Was that the city or was that some developers that's existing in Highway 3?
The city paid for it.
That's what I figured. So then the city's going to pay to upsize it too?
So in previous annexations, we have talked about having development pay back the cost of those lines that we've already run. But this one is really old. And so we've kind of used a 20-year range to say that if it's built within 20 years, then we do push that payback onto the development. If it's past that, we really don't. Again, that's going to be defined in the new rules and regs. Our current rules and regs don't have that defined at all. Because it's an annexation, we have required that in the past. But it's been a 20-year horizon. 20-year is what we've been looking at.
Follow up, please, Mayor.
Please.
And Debbie, there was some talk last year about another line coming up somewhere through Alkali Creek. Is that only going to go as far as the airport, or would that be able to help supplement this area by having a loop? Isn't that what the reason was for the line coming up, or is that bet on the wayside now?
So the line that we were looking at that would go over the airport would actually help us with pressure issues that we're having and redundancy issues we're having on both sides of that line. So it would help this area from a redundancy standpoint. The 12-inch water line that's up there is sufficient to serve the area and the demands that we're seeing for this development.
Okay, thank you, Debbie.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Ronning and Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you. Monica, in one of your first slides, you referenced aviation properties and then you referenced Lupine Holdings. And my apologies if this has been somewhere documented in the many, many emails and information that's come to us regarding this particular item. But who's Lupine Holdings?
Councilmember Ronning, Lupine Holdings took over possession of the property in late December. When the petition came in, it was under aviation properties. It is my understanding that the ownership is 100% the same, as well as I mentioned the letter of appointment, which is an agreement between aviation properties and Lupine Holdings, giving aviation properties the ability to act on their behalf.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, it's the same family, it's the Blaine family, just in two different types of legal entities. Okay, all right, thank you.
But just to clarify, Lupine Holdings is the owner.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Monica, I guess from my many years on the zoning commission, I thought when we annexed ag land in, we had to bring it into something, the nearest zoning compatible with the area around there. Would we not be doing that for this property regardless of there's a zoning request, tomorrow, today, and the next week?
Councilmember Boyette, you do have a zone change request. In years past, you've heard us talk about, R9600 is kind of the default zoning. But anytime the property is not going to be used for a residential use or would be different than the R96, which is no longer a zone after the adoption of Project Recode, there have always been accompanying zone changes. I do just want to point out that council should get used to seeing annexations and zone changes together. The planned neighborhood development intentionally designed a process to put you in the driver's seat of understanding what applicants are asking for by way of a zone change application, because they are able to bring forward their request. And so the way that this has come forward with an accompanying zone change of the applicant's discretion is appropriate, and the timing is necessary to be the same as tonight.
Can you follow up, Mayor?
Please.
So could a person request an annex of ag land in with no purpose in the future, with no zoning in the future, and you would be required then to designate a zoning for them?
Councilmember Boyette, we would not allow the property or the annexation to be considered without an accompanying zone change, because we are unable to annex agricultural open space land. It's inconsistent with our requirements, policies.
Thank you. Other questions? And just a clarification, Monica, you said it a couple times. Because the annexation does not take effect, even if approved tonight, until there is a signed development agreement that has to be finalized. Even if a zoning application is approved tonight, the effect of that is also not to become effective until the city actually has the property. And of course, the city won't have the property until the annexation is approved. So even a zone change approval tonight on first reading does not finally affect the zoning, because that only becomes effective at second reading at a future meeting. Is that a fair summary of how these things connect to each other?
Mayor, the only distinguishing comment that I would make is that even once second reading occurs, there's still a 30-day delay before the zone change takes effect. So the resolution, which I hope you've all looked at, it definitely more thoroughly goes through the conditions and spells them out, is very clear to say that, all conditions need to be met by April 26th. And that would allow the appropriate amount of time to understand, what's happening with first and second reading, and recognizing that there's still a 30-day delay with the zone change, as well as allow you to consider the development agreement, which must be mutually agreed upon.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for Monica or the developer or the developer's agent? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Monica, so we're approving this without a development agreement, but I guess I don't know if this is a true statement or not. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but if this is approved tonight with the annexation and the zoning is approved to CX, would we expect to see a similar development agreement as we are on the property that we're going to see later in tonight, as far as that type of agreement?
Absolutely. Our development agreements are put together with the intention of making sure that site development and public improvements are guaranteed to develop in the way in which the city expects. And it's a way to formalize and basically make that a contractual agreement. So yeah, I do think it would be similar. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, just a quick follow-up with Debbie on something she said.
Please.
Debbie, when do you expect these new regs to be in force?
We're working on them now. I would anticipate maybe this summer having them for a work session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Debbie, did you want to follow up there?
Sorry about that. I made an error just a few minutes ago. The water line was built in 1979 by SID. So there was some combination of city and property owner on that. So sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Purington.
Oh, I don't know if I missed this or not, but if those conditions aren't met by April the 26th, then what happens?
Councilmember Purington, if conditions are not met by April 26th, the petition for annexation is void, the property is not annexed into the city, and any future request of annexation would require a separate petition.
Thank you. And Monica, there's no mandatory delay. In theory, the developer could come back soon thereafter and bring another application, but they'd have to pay another fee and start the notification process over again. Is that correct?
Mayor, it would be an entirely new petition. It would be completely start from square one, all notice, all staff, review and coordination on the condition. It would be an entirely new process.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Trickey?
Yes, this is a question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question for the development team. I'm wondering what the market is telling you about what the needs are for that area next to the airport.
Absolutely, Council Member Chiriki. So we are seeing huge growth in the commercial and industrial sectors in Billings. In many areas of the city, inventory is extremely low or there is no inventory. This is a centrally located area of town that would allow different commercial businesses to access different parts of the city readily. And we think this is an appropriate place for that kind of development. So we're seeing a huge need, especially as residential construction is booming. There's needs for contractor services as well as places for contractors to have home bases. And so those are some of the needs that we're seeing that are driving our motivations for development up here.
Thank you. Chris Kukulski, City Administrator.
Mayor and Council, I'd like to make just a few comments that actually I'm going to stay at a pretty high level, and they really cover all four components. So I'll just say them once and kind of set the tone, or hopefully kind of share with you some of my thoughts. First and foremost, I want to thank the Blaines for their interest and their desire to annex and develop in the city limits. Our city benefits from high quality CX zoned development, particularly adjacent to our airport. And in my mind, if you look at Project Recode, and you look at our desire, in fact, I was asked earlier about one of my 5 priorities for moving our community forward. Design makes all the difference. I've learned over my career, it's not just the use, even more important than the use, it's the design that I think really affects how harsh or how soft or how it kind of fits in. And ultimately, as we look at our airport, we want to see job growth in our community. And so I think there's a very clear past precedence around Billings, and it's not necessarily a good one. Or I guess it depends on your perspective. Once a property owner decides they want to develop their property and they want to do that and they're willing to do that consistent with the growth policy, they're going to be approved to do it in the county or in the city. When they choose to do it in the city, they have to follow our standards. So they're on utilities, the front end, they're following our subdivision regulations. And I think for all of us, it makes for a higher quality and more sustainable development that ultimately helps the tax base of our overall community. And so I think in this case, we really have a great opportunity to have this development happen within our city, trusting our city regulations so that the quality of what happens here really does add to the value of our community. And lastly, I just really encourage the council as we make our way through this process that you approve this request. It's my hope that we will be working with the Blaines and more of their ground and master planning all of it. As well as I was on the phone this afternoon with the Tekka family who owns a significant parcel west of here. And they're interested and they're watching tonight to see how does the city handle what ultimately is a choice. Do we want development to take place in the county and then we work over decades to extend utilities, deal with septics, deal with cisterns, or do we do it right at the front end? And this is one of the few opportunities we have, I think, really to do it outside of the patchwork that you see at almost every other entrance to Billings in driving around them over the past few weeks to just remind myself. I don't know that we have any place as clean as this opportunity to make sure it's developed according to the city standards right from the beginning. So I just encourage your approval on each step in this process. I will look forward to working with the Blaines and the neighbors, candidly, to prove to them that our new standards really are building a higher quality Billings for a better future for our community versus what they maybe saw 20, 30 years ago as a development pattern. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for council before we open up for public hearing on this item? Okay, it's 7:30. Council, we can get into public comment for a few minutes and then break for a break. But I guess I'm inclined that we take a quick break, come back for public hearing, and then we don't have to interrupt. So let's do that at 7:30. We'll try to get started at close to 7:35 as we can. We probably won't make that, but we'll try to see you in about 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Still need Penny.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Ronning, are you with us? Well, let's get started, and I'm sure Councilmember Ronning will join us momentarily. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your taking a brief break. We left off at about to begin our public hearing. Before I open it up for public comments, let me just make a few introductory comments. Again, the phone number is 237-6196. We know we've already got at least one caller ready to go. I want to remind the members the public who will be calling in, to keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and your address up front. Please turn off your computer or your television screen because our meeting is actually ahead of what you're hearing. Just listen to Denise on the phone, and she'll talk you through what you need to do. It's real simple. And also, let me just make one introductory comment, almost an apology, which is that some members of council, including myself, have received calls from interested people, and at least I, and I imagine other council members, often have not returned those calls. And it's not because we don't value what you have to say or want to hear from you, but because this is considered a quasi-judicial determination. And that means that we need to make sure that whatever information comes to us is available to all sides of an issue. And when we get an email, that's fine because that's publicly available and you can go on and see what emails we're receiving and also sending. But when we get just a phone call, anybody else interested, the public, somebody on the other side of an issue, even other people who might share your views, they don't know what's being communicated there. So I apologize that I know I've received a couple of those calls and haven't returned them. So that's the reason why. With that, we'll move then to our public hearing for anybody who's called that number, 237-6196. Again, please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Denise Bowman, our city clerk, do we have any callers?
Yes, Mayor, I do have someone who has been patiently holding, so I will put them on the line. Hello, thank you for your call. We are ready to take your public comment. May I have your name and phone number, please?
My name is Judy Evans. My phone number is 252-3558.
Okay, and your address, sorry.
3481 Masterson Circle.
Okay, Judy, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for taking comment. Thank you, Councilman Neese, for asking about the roadway and the consideration there. Those of us who live in this area are very concerned about limited access and how many driveways are going to come off into the different properties along the corridor that we're talking about. We're also concerned about lighting, depending on the type of commercial enterprise. We're concerned about signage. What do we want the signage to be as we're coming into our city? How do we want it to look? In other words, what is the aesthetic value as we come into the city of Billings? There's a considerable property there. It has tremendous potential. More power to the people who want to develop it. We all feel it is going to be developed. Let's see that we get it done appropriately. Strong fences make strong neighbors, and they get along. I'm glad that we have come to a point where we're going to be talking about development guidelines, and we're going to be looking at what exactly is in the zoning as we go forward. We look forward to working with everyone together on this. And when the next kind of meeting like this comes, I'd like to be able to be in the Zoom meeting as well as Aaron. she's in the Zoom meeting. Why can't some of the people who are supposedly negative, well, not so negative, as desirous of seeing the aesthetics considered on our corridor into the city? Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Howard, or Ms. Evans. Thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Donna McCamey, 104 Sky Ranch Drive.
Okay, go ahead.
My husband and I speak in favor of this subject. We bought near the airport 25 years ago, and we expect things to change, but incommensurate with airport and business related to the aviation. We are for the concept that Billings Flying Service is continuing to enhance that business. The Blaine family has a long history of Billings work and support, including volunteer work. They provide the Christmas flyover with their helicopter, and they stand ready to be of service, whether it is rescuing a person from the river or helping put out fires with their helicopters. These people are Billings. They represent everything the city knows and loves. It's a shame that some will try to prevent their planned development to enhance the area and provide professional jobs. Development by this company will bring health, work, and good wages to Billings, and we believe they will not destroy the good looks of the neighborhoods entering the city. We ask that you approve this request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, Alice Laren, 108 Sky Ranch Drive.
That was 108 Sky Ranch?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go right ahead. Thank you, Alice.
Hi, I'm glad you took a break because the segue of the video that was showing is perfect for my comments. And it's really not about this applicant and their development of the area. It's more about the city needing to have a plan for the development of Highway 3, a design. And this is the first development, and it's going to continue as we go west and around the inner belt loop. So our concern, or my concern, is when you drive down the highway 10 years from now, are we going to see evergreen trees and a lovely look and feel to the highway, or are we going to see some undesirables? And our question might be, is there a zone change that allow this applicant and future applicants to do what they want to do, but eliminate some of the less desirable uses, such as a truck wash or a truck stop, that we probably wouldn't want to see on Highway 3. So I'd like you to kind of look at the zoning, and we want the applicant to be able to do what they want to do, but is there something that's a little bit more restrictive? And then, like Chris Grukalski said, design is important, and we agree. So what is going to be the ultimate design of Highway 3 in the future? Not just this area, but the whole Highway 3 all the way west past the Marin Trail. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Paul Scarperi, 3440 Masterson Circle, Billings, Montana.
Okay, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not for the zoning of CX of the properties, the 220 acre plots across the street here from us of Highway 3. I think that this neighborhood's been here for many years, which set a precedence. As the neighborhood should be some type of residential neighborhood and not heavy commercial traffic over here. It's going to be hard to get out of here. I think it'll reduce the property values of us that live on Masterson Circle. It's just not going to work out up here. It should be zoned something in a residential area. I think the Billings City Council should take this under consideration of the rezoning under heavy commercial or CX. And that's my comment. Thank you for your time. I hope you understand our feelings on this. So I'm asking you to vote against it.
Okay.
Thank you. Denise here. I'm just going to interject something for our listeners and commentators. Technically, this is the public hearing on the question of annexation, whether something should be brought into the city, not on the zone change itself. However, as we've learned, these things are related to each other. And so I'm going to be realistic. I'm not going to try to shut anybody down, but there will be an opportunity for public comment on the requested zone change later if this is approved. So I just tell you can wait to the zone change discussion, or you can comment now. But technically, this is on the question of whether it should be annexed into the city. With that, we'll continue. Denise, do we have other callers?
No, Mayor. I have. Oh, hold one moment. Yes, we have another caller. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yeah, this is Tim Blatty. I live at 2745 Highway 3. My wife and I live on the north side of the highway. And we're just calling in opposition of this annexation and zone change. I want to first start off by replying to the earlier callers on this meeting that tried to indicate there's a majority of landowners along the rims that are in support of this change in annexation, and that there were only 6 of us opposed. Well, I can tell you there's a lot more than 6. I couldn't put an exact number on it, but it's more than 6. We also feel that there's several reasons that this annexation and zone change should be denied. Some of those reasons include they wouldn't be in accordance with the growth development plan that the City Council approved for lands in question. They were never planned to be heavy commercial. A lot of time and money and other resources were put into developing that plan. And to go against that plan, we feel would be foolish. If these changes are made, you'll be setting a precedence that basically says, do whatever you want to do, even if it goes against the approved development plan. Also, this has been mentioned earlier tonight, but I just wanted to make a point. Tracks 1A, 1B, and 2 aren't even owned by aviation properties. According to Cadastral, Blue Pine Holdings now own these lots as well as some others. So the wrong entity is making the zone change and annexation request. You'd think that the zone change and annexation request were to be processed, that the correct entity should be making that request. We didn't buy our place outside of the city limits to be next door to a truck stop, a restaurant, a welding fab shop, FedEx or UPS distribution center, storage facility, or any other commercial business. If we wanted to live in the city limits and be next door to the commercial businesses, we would have moved there. Without question, Highway 3 is currently extremely busy and unsafe as it is. By adding even more commercial traffic to this highway, it's just going to make it worse. We also feel that approving these changes would drastically diminish our property value. Nobody wants to live next door to heavy commercial business. A good example would be the Little Green House, directly west of the Newtown Pump on Grand and 32nd. Take a drive by it. Tell me what you think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Thank you. This is Dayton Rush from Cushing Terrell at 13 North 23rd Street.
Okay, Dayton, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am a landscape architect with Cushing Terrell, and I was brought on by the task force and some of the neighboring property owners to really help kind of walk them through the whole process of what's going on, and also just to give them some insight on what Project Recode might mean to this process. I thought it was a good time to call in now because of what City Administrator Chris mentioned about everyone wanting to do the right thing for Billings and to let design and let the new project code make a great project for Billings. And I want to point out that everybody I've talked to so far, all of the property owners, all agree wholeheartedly with that it's really just about making sure the right thing is being done in Billings and in this location. Because it is such a beautiful and pristine part of our community, and because of all of the public investment that's going to be going into the area with Highway 3 and the Interbelt Loop. So a couple of items that I want to maybe point out that are maybe a little contrary to that, though, is there are some items with the code that are a little bit concerning to adjacent property owners, and they have written all of these out and presented them to the Blaine family last week, but those were rejected. So I sent an email to the council, and I just want to highlight a couple of them. One is the zoning designation CX does allow for what they're recommending doing, which is some light manufacturing and showrooming and flex space for artisan and craft manufacturing. However, the problem is that it now allows industrial sales and service, RV and trailer rental, truck and heavy equipment rental, truck stops and truck washes, general manufacturing and assembly, construction, sand and gravel and mining, trucking, transportation service, and warehouses. We believe that these items are very different from what's in the 2016 growth plan for creating a mixed-use neighborhood serving commercial development. And we don't think those are consistent at all with the neighborhood or the growth policy. And we want to just make sure the council is aware of that. We do think that a CMU 1 or 2 will do exactly what the landowners want to do, or what they've said that they want to do. However, it'll limit those more industrial uses that are mentioned. And then to the point of site design considerations, there is a 50-foot offset and a 50-foot buffer yard on the front half of the site that will face Highway 3 and should be the buffer that buffers the neighboring property. However, this right-of-way is 100 feet wide, and the city code now says 50 foot wide from the center of roadway. So really there will be no way to enforce or require any sort of buffering along Highway 3. The adjacent, the developers will be allowed to just build right up to that property line, which is definitely concerning to the adjacent property owners. And then just a couple of last points on that.
Mr. Rush?
The buffer yard requirements for the B3 buffers are only required across an alley for incompatible land uses, such as the CX adjacent to residential. But there's nothing in the code that requires that same buffer to be used across the right-of-way like this. So we see that there'll be some huge incompatibilities in the future. We think that requiring a B3 buffer along Highway 3 would be a great way to do that, but currently the code will not require that. And then lastly, dividing up that lot into 6 lots that divide up, or that face Highway 3 will really open it up for a barrage of signage up there along signage and lighting that could be as high as 25 foot on every lot. So something like that would also be quite the nuisance to the neighborhood and to the look of Billings. So those are some items that were conditions that were presented to the family, and they rejected those, but we wanted to make sure the council was aware of those items. Those are items that the neighborhood is seriously concerned about, because we just don't think that Project Recode has the teeth to ensure the intent of the growth plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. While we wait for other calls, I'll just ask staff maybe to make some notes. Consistent with our usual policy, we'll ask, when we're done with public comment, ask for staff if there are items that they'd like to comment on. We also typically give the applicant an opportunity to respond. Some of the things that we're likely to hear are perhaps better held until our discussion on the zone change. But again, because of the interrelationship here, I'll kind of leave that up to staff as to when they want to respond, if they do, to any of these items, and also to the developer. With that, though, let's continue. Denise, do we have any other callers to 237-6196?
Yes, Mayor, I do have another person on the line. Okay, thank you for holding. You will have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Howard Evans at 3481 Masterson Circle.
Okay, go ahead, Howard.
I have strong feelings about zoning, kind of neutral feelings about annexation. But what I'd like to really bring up on this phone call is that so many of the calls have been testimonials for the Blaines. Blaines are not the issue. The issue is the city and the Highway 3 development. And I think that testimonials or even roastings are not appropriate in this setting. I know that you can't do anything about it, but I would hope that some of the callers are not ready to jump on a bandwagon. And I have no reason to question the Blaines. It's not a personal attack. It's a development issue. And I just hope that in your consideration that you think about that. And I appreciate this time. I'll call back later for when it's more appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor, it appears we've reached the end of our callers.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the public hearing then on the annexation component of item number 4. Back to council, but also to staff. I guess first I'll look to Monica. Monica, was there anything in the public comment questions that were posed, or items you would like to comment on before we see whether the developer similarly wanted to comment, and then turn it to council?
Mayor and council, in looking over at the notes, I do feel like a majority of the comments were related to the zone change. I will just make one general comment that all of our plans and policies were part of the thoughtful consideration of the recommendation before you. There are some land use scenarios that are in the growth policy, as well as goals and objectives. And one of the goals and objectives is to be able to provide, business opportunities, both where people can live and work. With the growth scenarios, there are 3 types of scenarios that are highlighted: a high density, a low density, and a preferred density. It's important to remember that growth policies are guiding documents. They're not regulatory. In the growth scenario planning, we're looking at things at a high level. Yes, we can make some landmark assumptions of where things lay, but the corridor does, in the preferred north scenario, identify opportunities for commercial and industrial uses, as well as some higher density residential development. So I just do want to provide you as the council the assurance that our plans and policies are certainly a consideration when we put together our recommendation. And that was the only thing specifically in regards to the annexation. Because the zone change has a separate hearing, I think those things should be waited on to be addressed with Nicole during that hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. Aaron Herringer or Jeff Canning, any comments based on public comment before we go to city council discussion?
I'll just briefly make a comment that I really believe that there's no better way to assuage some of the neighbors' concerns about aesthetics than to annex into the city. It will require us to have more robust building codes, curb, gutter, sidewalks, more stringent landscaping plans. And so I really think that annexation is in line with a lot of the neighbors' concerns. So that would be my only thing that I would like to add. Do you have any comments? No.
Thank you. Okay, then to council, I saw it's some hands up either for questions or motions or further discussion. Councilmember Ewalt and then Yakowicz.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution approving annexation 20-05B as in boy as recommended by staff.
Okay, Councilmember Yakowicz, you had your hand up, so you're making the second. Okay, Councilmembers Ewalt or Yakowicz, do you have any discussion in favor of your motion before we look to other council members? Nope. Okay. The floor is open. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll support this motion, but hearing, I guess I'll say reserve some of my stuff for later on the annexation or the zone change. I did have a question for applicant, the Mayor, if this is still appropriate to ask this question.
I think so. Sure.
We're seeing this annexation here. We're going to see some annexation of some land that you own here in just a few minutes, but you own quite a bit of land up there. Is your intention to annex all the land eventually into the city, your current hangars and things like that?
We do have an additional 120 acres that is north of this property, and our intention is to master plan that and also annex that property as well. The property that we have to the north of our next annexation request, we currently do not have plans to annex that in, but we do have plans to master plan and annex the 120 acres north to this project. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Other hands? Council members Joy and Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will support this motion. As we all know, this approval of this annexation does not eliminate, or disapproving this motion would not eliminate the possibility of development. I think the city is a good place for this development to take place. So I will support the motion.
Thank you. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm certainly in support of this. We asked the commissioners, the county commissioners, to work with us on this property. And I think it'd be a bad message now to go back and say, well, we don't want it, you take it. Because they are going to develop. I mean, let's be honest about it. And they can do that in the city or they can do that in the county.
Actually, everybody.
County, we need to just shut up and be happy with what happens, I guess. So I absolutely support the annexation.
Okay, thank you. I'll just warn Deputy Mayor Yakowicz that I got a message saying my internet connection is unstable. Usually people just say that about me instead of the internet connection, but tonight you might have to jump in as you have. Apologize. Thank you. Other comments from other council members or questions for staff? Anything else from any other council members? I'll maybe just comment that the condition calls for a mutually acceptable development agreement. And my comment there is that it's my interpretation of that condition that the items listed for that development agreement are some of the most important elements, but they are not intended to be an exclusive list. And therefore, this development agreement, it is up to the city administrator to determine its sufficiency. And of course, it's a matter of agreement, so the developer would have to sign off as well. So I just want to make that point. I think it's an important point because as part of annexation, my understanding is that legally the city does have discretion to require conditions for development that it would not necessarily have once the property comes into the city as part of the subdivision or site development standards. And so I would encourage the city administrator to keep that in mind. And there may be some of these improvements that the neighbors want that with further analysis might be acceptable to the developer. And that might be something that could be worked into that development agreement and make everybody a little more happy. I do think also our annexation policy needs to be clarified to address those kind of conditions. I'm not sure that it does now, and that may be something we need to address in the future. Further discussion on the motion. The motion again is for approval of the annexation consistent with the staff recommendation. Any other discussion or questions? Chris Kukulski, our city administrator.
Sorry, Monica actually had something I think she wanted to share before the vote.
Thank you very much, Monica Plecker.
I did. Thank you, Mayor. I wouldn't do this if it weren't important, but I want to make a clarification that the city council will actually vote and evaluate the development agreement. The way that the resolution is stated is that the city administrator will determine if the conditions have been met prior to filing the resolution to annexation. So council does have the opportunity to review the development agreement and will actually vote on it at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that clarification. Any other discussion before we proceed to a vote? I'm not seeing any, so we will move to the vote. Again, the motion is for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the city council. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, that then concludes the annexation question item number 4 and brings us to item number 5. Denise, would you read item number 5?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 987, a zone change from agricultural to highway commercial on tracks 1A and 1B of Certificate of Survey 1889, located east of Billings Flying Service at 3655 AJ Way. Aviation Properties LLC is the owner, Collaborative Design Architects is the agent. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Okay, long time no see, Monica, but before we turn it to you, Monica, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. The hearing reads highway commercial. Highway commercial no longer exists, so it should be considered CX, shouldn't it be?
Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That should be stricken from the reading.
Yeah, Monica, the staff report, at least an earlier version, was prepared before February 25th when Project Recode became effective. And I think that's probably an artifact that needs to be clarified. So if you could address that issue raised by Councilmember Ewald. And I said Monica, but this will be a Nicole Cromwell matter. Monica was having a heart attack there, so she can relax now.
Okay.
Nicole,
thank you. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yes, it was. And as you'll see in your staff report, it does say highway commercial / heavy commercial because the zoning was changing to the new corollary zone when we were mid-process on this application. So it is to heavy commercial. Highway commercial is a retired zone district, and heavy commercial is the corollary to that. So I do have a presentation for you. Let's go to that. Oops, I always forget to share. All right. Okay, hopefully everybody can see this screen. So the current zoning in the county is agriculture. You just approved the zone change. Just approved the annexation. So now we're moving on to the zone change. Aviation Properties LLC / Lupin Holdings LLC is the owner, and agents are Jeff Canning, Collaborative Architects, and Tyler Duggar, Tolliver Law. The Zoning Commission conducted its hearing on February 2nd and recommended approval of the zone change from agriculture to highway commercial / heavy commercial based on their findings of the 10 review criteria, that it is in fact conforming to the 2016 growth policy and the preferred growth scenario plan for this area, that it is separated from residential areas south of the rims by a high-speed state highway, that commercial uses supporting aviation and transportation economic sectors are appropriate at this location, that city infrastructure exists and can serve the property, low density and low intensity agricultural uses to the west and north will continue to be compatible with these new commercial uses. I'm going to show you the zoning map here, but then we're going to move right on to the valid protest issue right away so we can cover that. So the agriculture zoning is existing. We do have some rural residential 3 zoning to the west, but mostly this is agriculture zoning outside the city limits. We have the heavy commercial zoning here to the east, public 2 for the Billings Flying Service property on the north, east, as well as the city airport. The city just bought 3 additional parcels outside the city limits recently, and those are also now zoned public 2, but not yet annexed to the city. N3 zoning to the south. This is Stony Ridge Road, Masterson Circle, Sky Ranch Drive. There's some N2 zoning here for the townhomes, and then parkland across the rim face. On the brown shading on this aerial is the airport influence area, which is separate and distinct from the airport noise zone area around the airport. So this property is within that influence area. So there's limitations on heights of buildings. And as Monica mentioned earlier, there will be a perpetual air rights easement. If the annexation is perfected and the conditions are met, that will be one of those items. And then just the subject property, this is the Billings Flying Service hangars to the northeast, as well as the Billings Flying Service office building here, and then another shop building to the south. Okay, so we did receive 6 protests against the zone change that are within the 150-foot protest area. This 150-foot area is described in state law as well as in our local regulations. So in order to achieve what we call a valid protest, you have to have 25% or more of the property within that 150-foot area protest the zone change. We have, you have a minimum of 4 to reach that 25%. We have 6 properties that are protesting the zone change. A valid protest triggers what we call a supermajority vote required by the council to approve the zone change. So in this case, we have 11 council members and mayor present and voting. Therefore, you would need to have at least 8 votes in favor of the zoning to approve it, even on a positive motion. If you were to have a 7-4 vote, that would defeat the zoning on this property. Here's a subject property from Highway 3 looking directly north. As you can see, there's not a tree or a structure in sight. And so this is how some people refer to the property as pristine. It's only ever been used for agriculture and in grazing and hay field for a long time. So if you're looking west on Highway 3, this is the high-speed corridor here. Here's Masterson Circle to the west. There's a slight berm here, and then a 6-foot vinyl fence along those homes that back up to the highway. If you look directly south, this is Stony Ridge Road, and this connects to Masterson Circle south of the highway and wraps around to the east. If you look to the east on Highway 3, you'll see the Billings Airport, water reservoir, control tower for the Billings Airport. So here, just briefly on this slide, shows you some of the major uses in the Highway Commercial Zone District, the now retired Highway Commercial Zone District, and the proposed and now adopted Heavy Commercial Zone District, and the 2 code sections where those uses were listed. So agriculture was, all kinds of agriculture was an allowed use in highway commercial, and now we limit that to farm stands and an auction yard, although an auction yard may or may not work here. Animal sales and service has always been allowed both in highway commercial, and now we've continued that use into the new heavy commercial zone. Industrial sales and service refers to the sale and repair of machinery, including trucks, contractor machinery, but it could include things like lawnmowers. So it could be included in that category. We've eliminated mining and oil and gas services with storage from the heavy commercial zone. Residential and commercial contractors are allowed in both the old highway commercial and the new heavy commercial. We allow bakeries in highway commercial, but we don't allow all types of bakeries in the new heavy commercial. They have to fit within these 3 categories of artisan, limited, or general manufacturing or processing. Microbreweries allowed in both districts. Ice and water are allowed in highway commercial. It may be allowed if it's a limited processing facility, but not a very large ice and water plant. Printers and publishers are allowed in highway commercial. Not sure whether those would be allowed in the new zoning. It depends on the size and impact. We've eliminated the unlimited medicinal, botanical, pharmaceutical production from highway commercial that was allowed. It would have to fit within those limited manufacturing categories. We allow transportation hubs in both zone district, highway commercial and heavy commercial, warehousing, wireless communications, wholesale and retail, auto and truck dealerships, restaurants, bars, casinos are still special review and have those separation requirements. Hotels and motels, financial services. We used to allow multifamily residential and highway commercial. That is eliminated from the heavy commercial zoning. So you don't get to have residential uses in those districts, in the heavy commercial districts. Again, here are the 10 zone change review criteria that the zoning commissions considered. Their findings are presented to you in the staff report as items 1 through 10. So I believe those are self-explanatory. There is the noise overlay zone that doesn't affect this property, but there was a suggestion earlier that the property would be better zoned residential. Under our current adopted project recode, there are certain residential zones that are no longer going to be allowed to have arterial street frontage. And those would be the lower density, the N1, N2, and N3 zone districts. You could possibly do a multifamily zone And even though this parcel is outside the noise overlay, it could still have a very poor quality of life on the north side of Highway 3, impacted not only by the airport noise, but by the Highway 3 truck noise and just traffic noise. So again, a valid protest has been received, and there's the valid protest map showing the parcels that are in protest. I'm going to try and go back through some of the comments that you received during the annexation hearing. There was a concern about site lighting, the signs, and aesthetic value in particular. So Project Recode adopted a landscaping code that has very specific requirements for street frontage landscaping. It's not considered a side yard, it's a front yard. And that establishes minimum number of trees per 40, you have to have one tree for every 40 feet of street frontage. You have to provide that aesthetic along the street front. On your adjacent, on your side property lines, you have to be able to buffer those appropriately. And that's why there's different buffer yards for different adjacent zonings and uses. So the street frontage wouldn't necessarily have evergreen trees, as we don't recommend evergreen trees as street trees. They're very difficult to deal with when you're clearing ice and snow, or trying to prevent ice from building up on a street that's adjacent to evergreens. They're not a shade tree for any walking path that may be developed on the north side of Highway 3. So putting a buffer yard along the street frontage is just something that the Project Recode never considered would be something that anybody would ever want to do. Your street front is your front face. You should make it inviting and not walled off necessarily. So site lighting, we do have, and I believe the airport as well has some site lighting conditions for areas near the airport and in the airport influence area. So site lighting is important for security, but anything that is over 30 feet tall on this property is probably going to have increased scrutiny from the airport as well as building division when they look at that influence area. Signage, as do all commercially zoned properties, are allowed to have signage because it communicates their commercial enterprise to the traveling public. This CX zone does allow freestanding signs to be up to 25 feet tall. The previous code, now retired for a highway commercial zone, could have allowed a 50-foot tall sign here, illuminated, because it would have been addressing highway traffic. But the CX zone doesn't allow that any longer. It allows the 25-foot height. It does allow lighted signs, just as any other commercial zone district does in the city of Billings. But this is a change from the past code. They're much shorter. The illumination has to be constant. You cannot have an animated EMD sign in this zone district. The animation for EMD signs is now limited to downtown and the downtown support area. So those are a few things to consider there as far as aesthetics. We also have a more robust parking lot landscaping requirements. We we do require landscaping to be around freestanding signs and to make sure that that landscaping is compatible with the type of sign that's on the property. Again, here is the zone map, and I'd be happy to take any of your questions, or if I've missed something in the public comments earlier, please remind me so I can address that.
Thank you, Nicole. I will ask you if you whether you caught Dayton Rush or Cushing Terrell's comments about buffer yards and the width of the roadway and the width of the buffer yard. I apologize. I wasn't catching all of that, but I thought maybe you could address that if you did. And also cutoff lighting. Can you just tell us whether cutoff lighting will be required along the frontage? I assume so, but what that is and what that means. But those are the two items, if you could address those.
Right. So a street front never gets a buffer yard. A street front gets street frontage landscaping. Just as though Highway 3 is treated as a street front, as it would be any internal road that's developed AJ Way, for example, was also a street front. So any development along AJ Way would require street frontage landscaping. And then where it's adjacent to or within 50 feet of another different zone, then you would have a buffer yard. Highway 3 is 100 feet wide. It's not within 50 feet of a residential zone. Buffering the street frontage is not what we have proposed or what even in the old landscaping code was required to buffer your commercial property from your main transportation access. It's not the intent to do that. Now, he recommends a buffer yard 3, which under our new code is only 10 feet wide. It requires a certain number of points to be gained for trees, for shrubs, and other plantings. The cutoff lighting requirement would only be triggered where you have an adjacent zone that's within 50 feet or directly adjacent. So I'm not sure if there are street lights in the adjacent neighborhoods, but generally street lighting is not cutoff lighting and is taller than 15 feet. Individual property lighting generally is done for security purposes, and most of the time that is dependent on the user. So what type of business are they doing? Is it a 24-hour kind of place where they're going to have people coming in, delivering goods at night or after dark? Then you probably want to have lighting for your loading area and lighting for your parking areas. That's on all the time.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand that. Street fronts are not buffer yards. You said street or a tree every 40 feet under the new Project Recode. How does that compare to our old code? Is that better or more, less, or the same? Or
we had no street frontage landscaping requirements for general commercial areas.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to collapse your screen if I can, or de-share it so I can see other council members.
Yep.
And ask, are there other questions for Nicole? And then we'll also give the applicant an opportunity if they want to comment before we open it up for public hearing. Councilmember Purington, Brown, and Neese.
Thank you. And thanks, Nicole, for clarifying some of those things that came up in the communications that we've had with some of the property owners. You know, one of the things you keep saying, and it was in the documentation, is that Highway 3 is considered a high-speed highway. And for several years from Zimmerman on towards the city, it's been 50 miles an hour. So what are you considering high speed? And I don't know that how going forward, you said it's 100-foot wide roadway. So I've got two questions here. So if it's that far or is that wide, does that mean that it would be a 2-lane highway with maybe possibly a center turn lane? And so address the high speed and then the center turn lane or how that traffic would be with moving traffic in and out of the annexed area.
Right. So first of all, anything over 45 miles an hour is generally not a city traffic speed. That's a highway speed. Even on the West End, some of those county section line roads are posted at 50 or 60 miles an hour. So those are high-speed arterial streets as well. So a lot of times when you have that sort of speed on a road, it's an effective barrier between properties on the north and the south or the east and the west of those high-speed roads. Geographically, it is a 100-foot wide right-of-way that's owned by the state of Montana. Any improvements to that road required because of development, such as a deceleration lane or a left turn bay, or some sort of restricted access points, are all controlled by the state of Montana, but they do consult with the city engineering division on what's appropriate. And generally, that's based on a very specific traffic model that's developed when a user is coming into a property. Sometimes they can do a general traffic study and a general traffic model, and then that gets refined as developments come online. But those traffic improvements have to be kind of tailored to what's going to go onto the property. And if I did 50 miles an hour on that section of Highway 3, I would be run off the road.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown and Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. So Nicole, when we're saying that Highway 3 is the frontage road, would we assume then that the front of the buildings would be facing Highway 3 and not the back of the buildings?
Well, it depends. That's a street frontage as well as AJ Way, and then any internal road, either public or private, that they develop to a city street standard would also be a street frontage. So potentially you could have a property on the corner of AJ Way and Highway 3 here that would have 3 street frontages. And all 3 street frontages would have to have the same landscaping required for a street frontage.
Okay, so there would be some landscaping to buffer if it's a brick backside of the building. There'd be something there to kind of
right.
Well, rather than a big brick wall.
Exactly. Now, the heavy commercial zoning doesn't have the same sort of site standards that the corridor mixed use zoning has. But it still requires those buildings to address the street. And it still requires those parking lots to be on the side of the building or behind the building. So it really depends on how they're going to lay out the site and how they're going to make that work. We hope we don't have big blank walls that line Highway 3, that we have some doors, we have some windows, we have some architecture that's okay to look at as you're driving by the beautifully landscaped street on the side there. So
that's my hope too.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dees.
Thank you, Mayor. That's actually what was question I was going to ask, what Councilman Brown asked about that. So just to clarify though, so it doesn't matter what street this building or they put on, because I can assume they're going AJ Way may be the main entrance into their development, and then they're going to have another side street going off. And so every single property that touches the street has to have this street tree requirement, regardless if they call it the front of their building or back of the building or side of the building.
That is correct.
Okay, then I do have a question for the applicant.
Go ahead.
What was it about CMU 1 or CMU 2 that really doesn't fit your plans for the development of this property?
Well, there are several different things. CM1U 1 and 2 both include residential, and the FAA has put out very clear guidelines for cities and development around their airports. And those guidelines require cities to protect their developments from being residential, because it can create problems for the airport. So the FAA often ties grant funding to seeing that type of development and correct development around airport to support its growth and to protect it. So that is part of it. Some of the other things that are in CX that are not offered in CMU2 specifically are contractor services, which, as I mentioned in our annexation conversation, we've identified as one of the big needs here in Billings. And also distribution. So because we have a highway, a major highway that is actually over the next 15 years anticipated to triple in traffic counts, and we also have our airport, we want to be able to potentially put distribution facilities. So that is specifically why we are asking for CX zoning. In fact, we really feel that CX zoning and light industrial are probably the only two appropriate zones that we see for this land, considering the highway and that it's bordered on two sides by our airport. So that's some insight into why we chose that. Heavy industrial is another one that we considered, but the smoke from those activities would interfere with air traffic. So specifically along this highway, considering the neighbors, we felt that CX was actually probably the most friendly for people across that 100-foot highway. So
great, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff or the, okay, let's turn it to the developer, Aaron and Jeff Canning. Consistent with our usual policies, we usually invite the applicant to comment on their application. Do you have anything else you'd like to add before we open up for public hearing?
Thank you, Mayor Cole, council members. Aaron explained a couple of those things, but a few more things to highlight. You know, we have worked through this process thoughtfully and orderly. The process in place for the annexation policy and the procedures with that, and also with the zone change application. These are effective policies. They've been in place for a number of years. We've gone through this many times, and they do always protect the best interests of the city and the people that are surrounding them. And throughout this project, we've taken a proactive approach with the stakeholders. You mentioned earlier, we've had numerous touches with city staff from your planning department, engineering, fire, and the airport. And so they've all been involved, as well as the neighbors. And so you see with the report from the planning department for the recommendation this on their criteria, they approved all 10 criteria that were met. There were no exceptions, there were no conditions. I mean, this project met all 10 of their criteria that is part of that process. And Aaron just mentioned that some of the defining elements up here are really the highway, Highway 3, and the airport that's adjacent to this. And because of the airport, you're getting kind of a second layer of regulations, as just was explained. This is in the area of influence ordinance zone. And so there are certain things that we can and can't do. So along with city zoning, I mean, again, this CX designation is one of the few, probably the only one that meets the airport's requirements and also meets the requirements of developing this property. And Nicole explained quite length about the CX zoning along with the setbacks and the height restrictions and the landscape requirements, the signage requirements and lighting. Again, this being annexed into the city with this zone designation, all this come into play. And every building, every project will have to be designed to those. So also an exciting day in our city, September 10th, 2020. That's the day that funding was approved for the Inner Belt Loop and the Skyline Trail. We're pretty excited to see the Skyline Trail being developed along the south side of the highway. The Highway 3 corridor study showed some images of what it could be like on that side of the highway, and that'd be a huge benefit for our city. It's in conformance with the Billings Trail and master plan as well. So we see that as an opportunity on the south side of this highway to develop that, pleasant landscaping, and with the CX requirements on this side of the highway, the landscaping, we see this as the first section of Highway 3 to be really developed on both sides. We believe that we could set a benchmark and a precedent of how to do this well, really how to do this correctly, to set a standard to show people this is what the city standards require. This is how we can meet and exceed those standards for the good of the city and the developments that are going along Highway 3. But really tonight, this is coming down to asking three things of you. First thing is trust the process. As I mentioned, the annexation and the zone change process work. It's worked for years, so we can trust in that process. Second thing is ask you to trust your city staff. I mean, your staff has worked countless hours on this. We're very appreciative of the time they've put in and included us on many things. A lot of the changes that you see tonight are because of their recommendations and their hard work. You have an excellent staff that have really helped out, and you should be thankful for them. And finally, we ask you trust the previous studies. As I mentioned earlier, there's been no less than 8 studies done on this. I mean, first and foremost is our new Project Recode that's in place, the area of influence from the airport master plan, the Highway 3 corridor study, the Inner Belt Loop study, the growth policy, which this project is totally compliant with, the Billings Urban Long Range Transportation Plan, the Bikeway Master Plan. And if you really looked at all these studies, all of them point to this exact development. This is what they're calling for up here, the growth policy and on down. So the process works to get through that. Your staff has done a great job, and all the previous hard work, the studies you guys have authorized and paid for that represent thousands of dollars of study and hundreds of hours of man hours to get there, all point to this kind of development. So that's what we're asking for you from tonight.
And I think finally, probably the most important point that I would like to add is just that what we're really asking for is an extension of existing zoning. So we currently have property that is zoned and in the county that will come before you to be annexed shortly here, but we are asking for that zoning to be extended west. So that really is the main premise of what we're asking for, is an extension of existing zoning along Highway 3.
Thank you very much. We'll go to public comment in just a minute. So if you're interested in calling in, that number again will be 237-6196. Feel free to call in now. I do have a question for Nicole about the exact language of the proposed ordinance. So toward the end of our packet is the draft ordinance. It's kind of 1 page long. But I think based on earlier comments, we know that the language is not correct. And so I'd like to clarify exactly what that language you believe should be. And I guess I'll make a suggestion once you tell me you have it in front of you. Do you have the proposed ordinance?
I do.
I'm looking at subsection 3.
Yes.
And I'll just read out loud for those who don't have it in front of you. It's one sentence. It says the official zoning map is hereby amended, and the zoning for Track 1A and Track 1B of Certificate of Survey 1889 is hereby changed from agricultural A. So I assume everything I just said is fine. But then the next phrase should be deleted because it says to highway commercial HC, a zone that will update. So would you agree that part should come out? So it'll just say that it'll be changed from agricultural A to, and then continue, heavy commercial CX, and then delete on February 25, 2021. So that comes out, and it then continues with what you've already got, and from the effective date of this ordinance shall be subject to all the rules and regulations pertaining to heavy commercial as set out in Billings, Montana City Code. So is that the proposal for what that language should read that the council is considering now? Yes, Mayor. And we will correct that for second reading so it can be signed. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. We will open it up for public comment. This is the public hearing on item number 5, proposed zone change 987, phone number again 237-6196. Just a reminder to members of who might be calling in, this is on that zone change. Please keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address, and please turn off your screen because our meeting is ahead of what you're hearing and it gets to be pretty doggone confusing. Denise, do we have callers to 237-6196?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I'll put them on. Caller, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, I thank you for your patience and for your call this evening. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Donna McCamey, 104 Sky Ranch Drive.
Okay, go ahead, Donna.
I appreciated the comments by the developer that said, trust the guidelines, trust the staff, trust the plan studies and the process. And I would just add to trust the company and the people who are requesting this, because that is a whole part of the process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comments. May I have your name and address, please?
Good evening. My name is Russ Fagg, 3053 Thousand Oak Street, Billings, Montana.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, again, I want to thank you. I'm always impressed with the hard work you put in for our city, and I'm very appreciative. I am a friend of the Blaines, and I love this city of Billings, and I think this zone change and this project are a win-win for both. And there's 2 specific points I'd really like to make. First of all, as I travel around the United States, I always seems that thriving communities have a thriving commercial developments around their airports, retail, office, warehouse, distribution. And I think Bozeman is a good example of this. We seem to compare ourselves with Bozeman quite a bit on air traffic counts. And they've done a really nice job developing the area around the airport. And I think this project will allow Billings to do a very nice job developing the area around our airport, which is going to be super exciting for the city. The second point is, I think the city has done a nice job, but we need to continue to really encourage people to risk, who are risking their private dollars on our city, and not deter them. And the Blaines are taking a big risk in this whole situation. There's a lot of upfront money they have to put in. And I think we need to support them as a city. I think, 5 years from now, 20 years from now, 100 years from now, the city is going to be better off if we allow this type of high quality development, as Chris mentioned. We're going to have a good paying jobs. We're going to increase our tax base, and we're going to increase opportunities. And so I think this is a great opportunity for Billings. Let's not let it pass us by. Again, I appreciate your hard work, and I would urge your support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Lisa Payne, 3441 Masterson Circle.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm calling. We are within 150 feet of the property in question, and I oppose the heavy commercial rezone. We sent emails February 17th and March 18th with lots of detail about property values, traffic, transparency, etc. So I won't repeat it here. We want the applicant and the city of Billings to succeed and benefit from this proposed change, but we also think the new zoning should be compatible with all the adjacent zones, not just one or two. The situation we're discussing this evening is exactly the type of incongruous juxtaposition of commercial and residential property the Recode project set out to avoid. Change is inevitable, and it's unrealistic for anyone along the stretch of Route 3 to expect the land in question would remain agricultural forever. But it should be equally unrealistic that a heavy commercial rezone, which opens the door for any number of things, manufacturing, warehouses, even adult entertainment, would meet the review criterion for promoting compatible urban growth and the criteria for considering suitability of use relative to the pre-existing residential zoning across the street from homes, families, and children. I understand a different zone will limit some sales and funding avenues for the applicant, but it's certainly going to be more marketable than it is with its current agricultural zone and infrastructure. I also understand growth is valuable and requires moving away from the agricultural zone to do that, even though it's going to negatively impact my property value, traffic, and maybe even the ability to just access my street. It is the nature of compromise, though, that everyone gives up something to find an acceptable middle ground. We want the applicant to be able to access the infrastructure that comes with being part of Billings to attract tenants, investors, or buyers. We also want Billings to benefit from revenue generated by the annexation of the land and developing the Route 3 corridor beyond agricultural. All we're asking on our behalf is that the zoning of the annexed property lands somewhere around NMU or near the midpoint of residential and the requested heavy commercial. Please vocalize your support to the applicant for returning with a compatible zone if you do happen to vote against the heavy commercial rezone, so they can grow and benefit as part of the city of Billings. I appreciate this is a tough decision for you all as leaders of our community, and that the time you spent on this with untold emails and phone calls is significant, and we gratefully appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please? Hello? Are you there? Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Dave Kennard, 106 Sky Ranch Drive. With all due respect to Mr. Canning and Aaron, it is unfortunate that one of the very first proceedings under the new Project Recode, which council and city staff worked so hard on the past several years, is this one, as it sets a terrible precedent for how these things should not be handled. It ignores the countless hours, consultant and government studies, and the expense of thousands of hours and hundreds of pages of reports, which are going to be discarded if you approve this multi-part, ever-changing application. You've heard a lot of discourse on the growth policy. We also have the Highway 3 corridor study, the growth policy, the Inner Belt Loop, and Skyline Trail study, which were all intended in part to preserve, control, and enhance this unique entryway for citizens and visitors alike. While being assured by the developer since last December that they have no immediate plans, as was also confirmed by the staff report tonight, from the beginning, this proceeding has been like a magician's shell game, with a pea under one of the 3 walnut shells played very quickly. The sought-after zoning and annexation has changed multiple times. The identity of the Western property owner changed the day before the application was filed without disclosure to the public or staff. Even the staff can't keep up, which has been reflected in its earlier inability to properly list the valid protests to the proposals. and now the incorrect or omission of certain crucial information from the statements of certain agenda items. For instance, the resolution just approved for the annexation of the parcel to the west states the wrong identity of the parcel and the owner. Frankly, the public is left scratching their heads which shell the P is under and how to provide meaningful input without effective knowledge of the proper legal parties, parcels involved, and other aspects of the due process that are complicated by COVID. It is our understanding the lower parcels east of AJ Way were originally scheduled to become CMU2, but that under Project Recode, at the request of the owner's realtor, a staff member okayed a change to CX instead, which is questionable. We are advised by the staff and developer that since Highway 3 separates the proposed developments, there's no need to have much in the way of buffering. Planting of deciduous trees where we lose the leaves most of the time is not going to be of much help for buffering. And soon we are going to find that if we allow heavy commercial zoning in this parcel, and this body approves that tonight, it will look like the interstate approaches into Billings from the east and west. It is unfortunate that we've reached this point, but what we would suggest is why not hit pause and then sit down and figure out how to best work together to protect and develop this entryway while encouraging the responsible business development. It happened with Shiloh and certain other entry roads, so why not here? If the developer has no present plans and the staff confirms that, let's just hold off on this development until we can clear up those other items. I urge you to vote no on the remaining agenda items 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Paul Scarperi, 3440 Masterson Circle.
Okay, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I just listened to Leisha Payne on that, and I agree with everything she says about this property over here and the rezoning of it. I don't think it should be rezoned heavy commercial. And you say you have all these eloquent speakers on here that are architects and seem to be know what they're talking about, long-term supporters of these projects in the city of Billings. But sometimes you have to set money, taxes, and politics aside, look at the people that are here and vote for the good of the people and do the will of the people when it comes to these issues in some circumstances. And I think the rezoning of CX is totally wrong, and I urge you to vote against it as a city council unanimously. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yeah, Denise, my name is John Orser. I live in Billings at 59105.
Okay, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually not commenting on what's going on right now, but I actually cannot understand what's going on the broadcast because everything's jumping around and I can't hear what anybody's saying. So
okay.
I don't know where we are in the meeting.
Okay, so we are at the public hearing for zone change 987. Do you have an agenda in front of you?
Well, I just couldn't understand what was being said or anything like that. So.
Okay, I will reach out to our broadcaster and see if they are aware of any problems. Are you on the cable channel 7?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. I apologize for that.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
I'm Howard Evans at 3481 Masterson Circle.
Okay, go ahead, Howard.
I've called before and I've expressed my utter dismay that we're even considering this, but I'd like for a minute to get on the soft side. I'd like you to close your eyes and drive down Zimmerman Trail the way it is now. Not Zimmerman Trail, Highway 3. Start at the circle and come on down. Take a look around. If you've been speeding, you're probably there by now. Let's try it again with the proposed zoning. As you come off Zimmerman Trail and hit the circle onto Highway 3, what are you going to find on the left-hand side? The proposed zoning for the three parcels on the east end are going to have signs. They're going to have lighting. They may even have a truck stop. They may have an adult entertainment area. They could have a UPS station, which would be lighted at night. Is that really what you want to see this city have? It's beyond my imagination that you could even consider some of these uses. I have very little objection to the CMU codes, but some of the most egregious uses in the CX codes are possible. I don't think the Blaines will do it, but as Aaron said, let's take a look at precedent. We hold a lot down here that's a CX. The next one ought to be CX. What happens to the next person up the line? They're going to say CX, they got it. So where do we stop or where do we start? And I think we pull in the horns a little bit and say, okay, if they really want a distribution center, are there tools available to do it? Can we limit the size of this distribution center? I was not a resident of Billings when the Rimrocks are open to residential zoning, so I can't go back into the origins of development. However, I believe it was a momentous decision, just as it is now. When the residential zones were established south of the highway, there was an implicit understanding that further development of the corridor would be compatible with the established residential zones. In my opinion, and that of many of my neighbors, heavy commercial CX zoning is not a compatible zone with adjacent residential zones. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
My name is Al Kelzer. I live at 2828 Westwood Drive.
Okay, Al, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Al Kelzer. I am calling to speak in favor of the proposed zone change for a couple of reasons. First, as an agent for NEI Business Properties, I can tell you that the 2021 commercial real estate market in Billings is strong and that there is a real need for commercial lots with city services in Billings. This reinforces what Aaron said earlier. As an example, look to all of the buildings that are being built halfway out to Laurel. They're not going there because they want to, they're going there because they have to. Secondly, this land is near the airport and is possibly the only commercial site near the airport. As such, it could be important, if not critical, to supporting the airport, the growth of the airport, and aviation in general in Billings. Lastly, I would like to say that approving this zone change would potentially support the development of 250,000 square feet of new buildings. That's 250,000 square feet of new jobs like the Blaines have at Billings Flying Service. And it's also maybe 25 million in addition to the tax base. And I would encourage you to support this zone change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
By way of introduction, Jerry Dernbach, 344 Wyatt Circle.
Okay, go ahead, Jerry.
Well, again, I'd like to speak in favor of the motion at hand to approve CX appropriation for what I believe are tracks 13 and 14? Track 14, yeah. If we look at what the opening statements were by our mayor, it was for the growth of Billings, the expansion of Billings. And regards Al Kelzer's most recent comments, people are building out in the county because they have to. This is a huge tax incentive for the city of Billings. How many millions? Al mentioned 25. Well, it may go well beyond there. And as I also understand it, the CX appropriation can be changed, altered, amended to mandate exact growth. So we can really very specifically design that. I think if you look at Missoula on Aviation Way, they're doing a wonderful job there. Aaron has researched that. Your staff has spent thousands of hours researching this whole thing. I believe that this thing will be delivered as we would expect from the Blaine family with perfection. And it won't just go off according to code. It will probably come off about 3 times better than that. Have trust in humanity, folks. This company and people and our wonderful city will deliver perfection to you. Trust them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Brenda Dossett. I'm at 3420 Masterson Circle.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I am within the 150-foot protest area. My husband and I are against the rezoning change 987. On March 16th, 2021, my husband and I sent in an email to you, the council members, as well as Mayor Cole, regarding our concerns and issues to the rezoning. We still stand by our concerns and issues as stated in that email. If approved, the rezoning has the immense potential of adversely impacting the aesthetics and values of the family homes that are already in place on the north and south side of Highway 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, it appears we have reached the end of our callers.
Okay, thank you, Denise. Thank you, callers. We'll close then the public hearing on item number 5, the zone change number 987. Back to staff. Staff, you've heard some comments here. I wonder if you had any input. You may get some other questions from council as well. But before we turn it to council, I'll just ask staff, in particular Nicole, if there was anything you heard that you wanted to comment on specifically. And I guess we'll also offer that opportunity to comment on the developer or the developer's agent.
Mayor, I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me as I was writing very quickly as people were testifying. Most of this is information that you heard before. I don't think anything here And unless you have a specific comment that you wanted us to reply to.
It's so fundamental. Maybe you could comment on the growth policy. We hear conflicting opinions about whether this is consistent with the growth policy or not. The growth policy is a very large document. So to some extent, I'm sure you could find something to go either way on that. But in particular, there's a map in there. And I believe it identifies a type of zoning for this area, or a type of use, mostly commercial. But can you just tell us what the growth policy says about this area specifically, to the extent it does?
Certainly, Mayor, and I may be able to share with you those pages from the growth policy of 2016. We had a growth scenario planning that we did as part of that policy development. And one of those areas was this area north of Highway 3 that would be part of the Inner Belt Loop area, the corridor around there. And the publicly preferred growth scenario included what was shown on that map. Let's see if I can pull it up. Hold on. Or somebody else is pulling it up.
Nicole, I'm going to share it for you since I have it really available.
Okay. So if you zoom right in here, you'll see some commercial high density and some industrial craftsman style zoning, as well as possibility of some mixed use down along in here. So this was the idea of, like, yes, we would expect this type of zoning or these types of uses in particular to be located just to the west of the airport. It wasn't that it be a mixed use, it be that it's a high density commercial use or even a light industrial use. So this is the North Public Preferred scenario. It didn't state what the zoning would be, but it stated what the anticipated or preferred land use would be in this area. But as all growth policies, these are not regulatory, that when you adopt a zoning for a particular piece of property, your first criteria is whether or not the zoning conforms to the City of Billings growth policy and guidelines, including all of those sub-policies that are part of your growth policy, like the Highway 3 corridor study, like the airport master plan, like the annexation policy. All of those policies feed into that growth policy. So in your staff report, this particular zone change, we highlighted the growth guideline of prosperity because this is really kind of the focus of this zone change and economic development and along this transportation corridor adjacent to and near our airport. So that's the findings for that are focused there because it's not mixed use. It wasn't proposed as mixed use. It's not shown as mixed use on the preferred scenario plan to the growth policy. So that's why it's all focused on this issue of economic development and prosperity that's in the growth policy. Certainly, if this were a parcel that was 10 acres that was vacant across Highway 3, adjacent to those existing N3 or N2 or other neighborhood zones, the growth policy does not support that zone change. Not at all. Not in this planning scenario, not in our growth policy section on home base or about strong neighborhoods or any of that. But Highway 3 is a significant barrier between these two areas, between the north side and the south side. So that's the reasoning behind the growth policy finding in your staff report. So we use the word conforming. Other communities use the word compatible with or in aligning with the growth policy, as it is not a regulatory document. And it doesn't have, it has planning scenarios in there, but it doesn't have specific zoning for parcels.
Okay, thank you very much. I know there'll be some questions from council members. Councilmember Neese had his hand up, but before we go to council, does the applicant or the applicant's agent have any public comment before we go to turn over to the city council?
Mayor, I'm sorry, may I interrupt you just for a moment? I know that you've closed the public hearing, but I did have a caller come through who said that he had been holding for 45 minutes. And I don't know if that's because we've had so many calls, but I didn't hear it ring again until just now. So I was gonna just ask you how you felt about that.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to go too late tonight, but people have been patient and there always are these glitches with the technology. So let's put the caller on.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Before we go to council.
Mr. Scott, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Jim Scott at 2244 Stony Ridge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we are ready to listen to your public comment.
Mayor Cole and city council people, I apologize for coming in. I was waiting on hold and then there was no hold. So I appreciate taking this time. I'll be short. I'm speaking for myself and my wife, Chris. And we've lived in Billings for 45 years, have known the Blaines for many of those and have a high respect for the Blaines and also the Herringers. We've known Herringers for a long time as well. We've lived on the rims for 20 years, and we're certainly not opposed to development on the rims. We are opposed to the CX zone request. We believe that it's inconsistent. As I looked at that map, I do believe it's inconsistent with the growth plan and with other visions for Highway 3, with the new belt loop, with the new trail system, with Yellowstone Kelly's grave on the far side. This is such a special and important part of our community. The neighbors, so we don't believe that CX zoning, all of the opportunities in CX zoning are appropriate. Some of them should be disallowed. And then importantly, the neighbors believe that there should be a buffer zone and there should be a berm. And evergreen trees grow very well on the rims. If you come up here, they're all over. And they're beautiful. They're just part of what this is all about. So anyway, thank you for taking the time to listen. We're supportive of development. We're supportive of the community. We're supportive of the Blaine. We just want to see that this is done well for the future of our community. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much. Public hearing then is closed, but we will turn it back to City Council. I apologize. Did the developer waive their opportunity, or were there other comments that the developer wanted to make?
Your Honor, real quick, I apologize. My internet connection seems to also be having trouble tonight, so I've turned my video off, but I am still here.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Shaw. Jeff Canning and Aaron Herringer, was there anything else that you wanted to say before we turn it to the City Council?
No, I don't believe there's anything else that we'd like to add right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, do you have questions, comments? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. During the public comment, there was someone, and I didn't write who it down or who said this, but there was they mentioned that during the recode process, the property was designated to be converted from what it was to CMU2, but then the realtor or the staff or owner, someone changed it to CX during the recode process. Nicole, can you address that if that was, because I know that we did some right size or type of changing of zone codes. Was this one of those properties that was then changed like that?
This was not one of those properties. I think the caller was referring to the property to the east of AJ Way, which was zoned highway commercial in the county. And our original zone map update put it in as a corridor mixed use 2. I believe it was Mr. Canning, or it might have been Aaron, looked at that map, looked at the uses in the CMU2 and said, we want to stay closer to our highway commercial uses that were allowed here. So we'd like to request a change in that proposed map to CX, which we did do for them. I think that was late summer last year. It was certainly before your October, the map hearing in September, and then of course your meetings in October and November and December and January.
Okay, so that was the property to the east of this property then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it looks like Aaron Herringer did want to comment on that history. So Aaron, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. So after consulting with Nicole and city staff, our understanding was that the previous zone highway commercial, what would be most analogous to that would be CX. And so that is why we requested that under recode it goes under as CX, is because it most closely matched the highway commercial that it originally had. So just to clarify.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to City Council for questions of staff, discussion, or motions. Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zoning change 987 and adopting the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ewald had 2 fingers up. Okay, you've got a motion on the floor. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support this motion. I think this is the kind of development we need near the airport. I am a little concerned about some of the uses in CX. And so maybe that's something that, when we talk about redoing recode in the future or updating recode, we look at maybe a CX1, CX2 to kind of give some more clarity and confidence to people who are going into that this type of zone. But I think this is a good use of the land. It's close to the airport. I think this is going to be good for Billings. I think it's going to bring jobs. I think it's going to develop that area, and it's going to lead into the development of the Inner Belt Loop and that. So I know there's been a lot of comments about the entryway, but these property owners really need to agree that when they did the Shiloh overlay, those property owners agreed to those overlays and things. And so property owners need to get together and agree with this, how they want to develop if they want to do these overlays. So I think I'm looking forward to this development moving forward, and then extending that as it goes down the highway and through the Inner Belt Loop when they get that built. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy, and then Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will support the motion. I guess as a city council, we have enormous responsibility to make these kinds of decisions, but we don't actually drive public investment dollars. I'm sorry, private investment dollars. We rely on private industry to bring forward development. We don't have a pot of money to develop land. We have to rely on the private sector to do that. So we do have the responsibility to make decisions on zone changes, but we don't have the ability to say to a developer, we only want you to spend your money this way. That isn't within our power. We have to match what is brought to us with what we would like to have developed and what the city wants. So we have a very difficult balancing act. There are people in neighborhoods who say, we want change, but we don't want that kind of change. But we also have property owners who contact us and say, no more property taxes. We're paying as much as we can. So we have that difficult balancing act of making sure that we continue to develop this city so that our property owners and our aging infrastructure continues to have the investment that's necessary to support the neighborhoods. So we have that difficult balancing act. And in this instance, I believe this zone change is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Puritan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So, we've read for, 2 weeks or more, some of the objections to the CX zoning. So, Nicole, if you wouldn't mind to address, I don't expect you to address all of them, but is there any assurance, I guess you would say, with this development agreement that will be coming up, that it will address some of those things that, adult entertainment and some of those other things? I don't think those are quite within what that development agreement would allow, if you would. So just because CX allows it doesn't mean with the growth policy and some of these other things that are there, the studies, that would allow those things. They've talked about residential and some of those things. Well, that's not allowed at this point because of the location. Can you address some of those concerns that neighbors have?
Well, the development agreement is focused on how the property will be developed, the infrastructure, the roads, the stormwater management, all those kinds of things. It, in general, has never addressed the land uses per se, because that is governed by zoning. And you should know that adult entertainment uses under the previous code were allowed, I believe, in 4 different zone districts. And we reduced that down to 3 different zone districts. It's no longer allowed in the central business district, as it once was. It's not a use that is popular. There's not a lot of demand for it. So I can't imagine that would be one of the uses that the property owners would market this property for. There are also some use standards that go along with that particular use that are quite stringent. I'm not even sure that this property would be eligible, even though it is an allowed use. So those concerned about kind of the extreme edge of the universe of uses in heavy commercial, yes, we have to consider that, but is it going to influence this property owner? Probably not, to allow those types of uses. And it certainly, as Councilmember Nee suggested, is one of those things that we can look at moving forward during our warranty period for the first year and say, is this CX as one zone district working, or would it be better represented if we had, a finer detail, a finer split in that zoning that is heavy commercial 1 and heavy commercial 2? It's something we can definitely look at.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Puritan. Follow up?
That just brought to mind then, if that were the case, that you did something like that, where you fine-tune the CX, then would there be the opportunity for developers to go in there and rezone according to whatever these, if you came up with a CX1 and a CX2?
I think it would be something that we'd have to consider very carefully and look at the entire mapped areas that are covered by the CX and whether there is any significant difference between those properties, either by location or predominant uses in the CX zone. And it would likely be something that you could initiate as a city council, but it would also include, making a decision of all those existing CX zones. What should they go in CX1 or CX2? I mean, it's a very large discussion. I'm not sure we could cover most of it at this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you. We get zoning issues that we have to vote on in city council, probably more than anything else that we have to vote on. They seem to be pretty regularly coming to us. And I would say that in the 3.5 years that I've been on council, there have been few that have felt contentious. The majority of them are not. This one feels like it's one of them. And I think these are the really hard decisions that we have to make on city council, and that's what we're elected to do. If it were up to me and I wasn't on city council when development started on the south side of Highway 3, I would have never allowed development on the south side of Highway 3. I think that the rims are so iconic to Billings, and they are what Billings is how Billings is identified, especially in photographs and things like that. So while I absolutely understand and my heart goes out to the residents on the south side of Highway 3, what I also understand is that their building on the south side of Highway 3 restricted the rims in large part to many of Billings residents and those that drive along. The view is now gone in certain parts. Fences have come up and walking along that area on the rims are gone in certain parts. And they have real sole ownership of that part of the view of the rims. And rightfully so. It's their property. They purchased it rightfully so. And that's what city councils decided on way back when. From my understanding, when I first got onto city council with Bruce McCandless in regard to the land north of Highway 3, that is not the most pristine agriculture land. And that long time for the city of Billings, that particular land usage was intended to be developed because it's not the best agriculture land. And part of what we're doing when we try to develop that land is save the really good agriculture land that's on the west end of Billings. That sadly seems to get annexed in so often into the city and cemented over. But my understanding is that property up on the rims and the north side of Highway 3 really has had a very long intention within the city to be commercially developed. I will say that one of the commenters who seemed to equate sizes of buildings with the number of people that would get jobs, I don't agree with that. I think we can have massive amounts of development and very few jobs that are in that. And I don't think it always equates to high paying jobs. We may get a number of jobs, but that doesn't necessarily mean high paying jobs. My hope is that the developers here will look for development that does improve the wages within our city and goes for more high wage paying jobs. That's what I would like to see. But this is, I think, a very challenging vote for all of us on council, especially those of us who represent those residents up there. My heart goes out to them, but I'm also going to support this motion. And it was not an easy decision to make and want them to know that. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
as I stated before, I'm going to support this zone change as well. There seems to be a thought, I think, that if we don't allow this, they're not going to do anything. I'm making some assumptions here, but I think they can build in the county. I think they can do everything that they want to do. And then we've got the deal with cisterns, and we've got the deal with septic tanks, and we've got the deal with all the things that come from not being connected to city services. So when you look at the two, if you're going to look at it as two evils, I would say that being in the city is certainly a better of the two. I don't personally look at it as an evil. And, I also believe that, these guys have worked pretty hard trying to work with the neighborhood, trying to work with some of those residents. And, I'm again making assumptions, but I'm going to assume that they will continue to do that as they develop and, work with those neighbors and try to make it, a decent relationship at least. They don't want to go through the rest of their lives with people hating them and calling them names and doing all of that kind of stuff. I think some of the comments have trust. I am placing a lot of trust in these folks, and I certainly hope that they don't let us down. But I think their actions previous to this would certainly tell me that they won't. So I'm certainly going to support it.
Thank you. Other council members? Any other discussion on the motion? Maybe I'll just comment, since it looks like we're getting close to a vote. One of my favorite drives is in Billings, maybe my most favorite drive is to pick somebody up at the airport who's never been to Billings, drive along the rims, maybe park and look over the city, preferably at dusk or early evening, drive along this part of Highway 3, see the antelope on the way to Zimmerman Trail, maybe the sandhill cranes, the right time of year, and drop down Zimmerman Trail. It really can't be beat. Appreciate Councilmember Roning's comments. All this discussion stresses the importance of our protecting the rims and what we have left of the rims. This really feels like the passing of an era. Those days, I fear, are soon to be gone, but I'm not sure it's avoidable. The reality is that the airport, since it was founded close to 100 years ago now, has been landlocked in every direction, to the north, to the gullies, to the east of the gully, to the rims to the south, with one exception, and that's to the west. And I think everybody has known, as long as there's been commercial development around airports, that we need commercial development around our airport, and we only have 1 out of 4 directions that it can go. And that's why the growth policy has identified this area for commercial. I think common sense has long since identified it for commercial. I also agree with the neighbors that some of the uses in the CX zone really would be incompatible with this area. And I wish they could cut a deal to eliminate those. But the reality is that we're given one zone to approve that includes all of those uses. And we do have to have a certain level of trust that common sense will prevail. And I'm cautiously optimistic that Billings will do exactly that and protect the aesthetics of this area. I do have sympathy for those who would like to see an entryway corridor. I was very much involved in the development of the West End plan that called for the entryway corridor along Shiloh Drive. And unfortunately, that took several years to get that West End plan approved. And then I called neighbors together up and down Shiloh and said, okay, now it's time to develop an entryway corridor. And that took a couple of years. And so in reality, to go that route would be at least 3 or 4 years. I don't really see that we could impose any type of a moratorium of that length. It also would be inconsistent with what we hope will be a consistent consistency of codes with Project Recode, rather than having an abundance of entryway regulations. Although, again, this is a special area. There's no doubt about it. And I think we still need to be considering whether this area requires special treatment. All those suggest to me that aesthetics do matter, but in this case, this is something that does need to be approved, even if there are those legitimate concerns. With that, any other discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval. With that, if there are no other council comments, we will move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion for approval consistent with staff recommendation, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Boyette Chiriki, Ewalt Purington, Ronnie Yakowicz, Neese, Brown, Shaw, Cole. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for your discussion, staff efforts, and especially for the input of the public. We appreciate your input. Before we move on to item number 6, staff, you don't have to respond to this now, but I do want to raise an issue. David Kennard raised, I think, an important point. On our last item, number 4, the resolution, there was no part of the motion that changed the proposed resolution, which still references Aviation Properties LLC as the owner. I think the intent was absolutely clear that the annexation is for the owner. And earlier on, we clarified that the owner is not Aviation Properties, but Lupine Holdings, Inc. What do we do about that? The intent, I think, is clear, but I could bring a motion to reconsider if we need to clarify that. Maybe our staff or city attorney want to chime in. If they believe that the intent is clear, council can chime in here. That clearly needs to be changed. It's just a question of how that should happen. It's unfortunate that happens. The applicant has known this change and never told us. That's unfortunate. That shouldn't happen. The applicant's agent presumably knew about this, and their attorney knew about it if they're looking at our paperwork and should have advised us, and our own staff. I guess we should have caught it, although we didn't learn about it until recently. But what do we do about that now? We approved a resolution with the wrong name in it. Who from Gina Dahl? You're the lawyer, so we'll put you on the hot seat here. What do we do about that?
Well, clearly, you're right, Mayor. It clearly needs to be changed. And I think that was made clear throughout the discussion. And during the presentation, Monica made that clear, as well as Nicole's presentation. So I think it can be changed. It would be clean if you wanted to revisit the issue to make the motion. I'm not really sure that that's necessary, but if there's any concern about process, that would certainly address it. If you wanted to make the motion to reconsider and just basically make that change to clean up the actual resolution.
Okay, thank you, Gina. We could discuss it for 20 minutes, or I could just make the motion and be done with it in a minute or two. Therefore, a motion for reconsideration is in order if brought at the same meeting or at the next meeting, so that should be in order. And whoever makes the motion has to have been on the prevailing side. It was unanimously approved, so anybody could make the motion. Just for simplicity's sake, I would make the motion to reconsider item number 4 solely for the purpose of changing the resolution and the draft resolution, so it no longer reads Aviation Properties LLC, but instead Lupin Holdings LLC, or whatever the exact name is. I make that motion. Councilmember Boyette has 2 fingers up, so he has the second. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of that motion are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, then, we will move on to item number 6. Denise, would you read item number 6?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and resolution for annexation 20-05A, a property located east of AJ Way. Aviation Properties LLC petitioner. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action this evening: approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Back to Monica.
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you.
Mayor,
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ewald.
if there's any other changes that need to be made on these things, let's get them made up front so we don't have to keep going over and doing stuff again.
Good point. We will keep our eyes open if everybody can do so. Thank you very much. Councilmember Monica, go ahead.
Is this Aviation Properties or Lupine Holdings?
This is Aviation Properties.
Okay.
One moment while I get the presentation ready.
Mayor, would it be appropriate for like a 3-minute break?
Absolutely. We've now gone another 2 hours. So time flies when you're having fun. So thank you for bringing that up. It's 9:47. Let's be back by 9:55 or before.
And a motion for summary judgment. We put the pressure on them.
Are we all back?
Looks like it.
Looks like it. Okay, we will reconvene. Welcome back, everyone. Denise, you were about to read item number 6. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. All right, so item number 6. Public hearing resolution for annexation 20-05A, a property located east of AJ Way. Aviation Properties LLC is the petitioner, and staff recommends conditional approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Our presenter tonight is Monica.
All right, I will get right into it and start sharing my screen. And I believe you should be seeing the presentation. As Denise noted, this petition, a lot of the information is going to be similar in the interest of time and not being repetitious. I'll only hit the highlights that are different. Tonight, since from a procedural standpoint, what you can expect is the public hearing on the annexation petition. There is a separate item for a development agreement, which does not require a public hearing. Your public comment was at the beginning of the meeting, but there is a brief presentation from Debbie Milling. And then finally, there would be a ward boundary ordinance hearing, which does not have a presentation. As you know, it's simply cleaning up the ward boundaries and making sure that there is voting representation. Moving forward, the focus of this presentation is going to focus on the annexation. Annexation 20-05A is specifically for the land to the land to the east. It's getting late, I apologize. To the east of AJ Way. It is 27.488 gross acres and 25.956 net acres. This is an aerial of the subject property. Moving forward to showing you the limits of annexation map. I provided you with quite a bit of information and background earlier, as well as in your staff report about the limits of annexation map. The areas immediately to the east and south, where there's no coloring, that depicts land that is in the city limits already. So this area is immediately adjacent. Moving on, this is a zoning map of the area. As I stated, this parcel is presently zoned CX, heavy commercial. That's the dark red color. We've got I-1 to the north. We've got some N3 and N2 and public to the south of Highway 3. And then the airport is of course zoned public. This is basically acknowledging that the property was posted. This is Highway 3 looking immediately east. If you could see far enough, you'd see the Billings Airport. This is from Highway 3 looking north. This is from Highway 3 looking west. And this is immediately looking south. Staff does recommend that the City Council conduct a public hearing and approve the resolution subject to conditions of approval. As I stated, there is a development agreement and there are perpetual air rights required as a part of this development. I will show you this screen to briefly go over the 5 criteria that were considered, and there's plenty of discussion of the criteria as well as departmental responses for how this property is being recommended for approval for annexation, as well as how the criteria are met. If you have specific questions regarding any of the criteria or staff responses, I can go into them with detail. But again, in the interest of time, I'll let you drive that conversation and wait for your questions. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Before we open up for questions for Monica, we'll just ask the developer's agent and the developer, did you have any additional comments before we turn it over to the council?
We have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Council members, do you have questions before we open it up for public hearing, either of the developer or for staff? Councilmember Brown.
This is, I think, for Debbie. And I'm just wondering, I know that the last parcels that were just annexed, there was a concern on the size of the water, sewer, stuff like that. Now, with the addition of this, does that compound that? And can we still handle that growth?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. The review of the water and sewer lines were based on both of the developments when the recommendation was given. So yes, for these two developments, the existing can handle them.
Okay, thank you, Debbie.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff or the developer? I don't see any. So while you're thinking of that, let's open up for public hearing. Members of the public, please feel free to call that same number immediately, 237-6196, 237-6196. Again, ask that you keep your comments to less than 3 minutes and tell us your name and address. There has been considerable public comment before on a lot of related issues, of course. So I'd ask that you try to keep your comments unique or different, but this is your time, so you can use it as you want. I'm not going to interrupt you for sure. Just ask if you can keep your comments to be new, please do, but you're not under any obligation. While we wait, and again, we remind you to turn off your television or your computer because our meeting is ahead of what you're hearing, and it's pretty confusing if you're hearing different things out of different ears. Denise, hopefully I've delayed long enough to get people caught up with us. Do we have anybody who's called 237-6196, 237-6196 on item number 6?
No, Mayor, I have received no calls.
Okay, then we will close the public hearing on item number 6. Turn it back to Council Member Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution approving annexation 2005A as recommended by staff.
Okay, is there a second, Councilmember Purington? Okay, we have a motion. The motion is for approval. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? I'm just going to comment that is the first condition is says prior to site development, development agreement shall be executed. Obviously, that is to be a mutually acceptable development agreement. And even though there's a list of certain things to be included in there, it is certainly my interpretation that that list is not an exclusive list. It's just a list of some of the most important items, but it doesn't intend to exclude other items that might also be part of that agreement. With that, other discussion on the motion. Any other discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Going once, going twice. Okay, we will then proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval of item number 6, annexation 25-5A, the property east of AJ Way. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members, all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. That then concludes item 6. Denise, would you read item number 7?
Development agreement with Aviation Properties LLC for infrastructure improvements on Certificate of Survey 2037, Track 14A, north of Highway 3 and west of the airport. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you. The presenter on this item is Public Works Director Debbie Melling, I believe. Is that true, Debbie? Yes.
It is.
It's all yours.
Okay, I will share my screen. I've got a very brief presentation on this item tonight. So this is the same area that Monica just spoke about, and that was that you all just approved the annexation. The development agreement is, in this case, very consistent with what requirements would be required, I guess. Sorry. It's a little late for me to think of words here. Sorry about that. So the development agreement is very consistent with what the subdivision would be required to do if there was no annexation. So extending water and sewer as necessary. We did put waiver language in for the sanitary sewer and the storm drain. So if we do need to run either of those, the subdivision or this entire area would be part of the waive. They would have waived their right to protest if we didn't. They would have to pay their proportionate share of both of those. The sidewalk on the north side of Highway 3 is included in that waiver as well. So those three things are really the only requirements in addition to what we would typically see through a subdivision. And the property owner has submitted for a proposed subdivision. And if they do subdivide that, that SIA will be put together with very consistent requirements. So as I said, very short, there is not much to this development agreement that's outside of typical work.
Okay, questions for Debbie on the development agreement? Councilmember Neese.
Debbie, this covers the development of the water, sewer, stormwater. So as they develop AJ Way, I think they mentioned they were going to develop at a 45-foot width. Is that would this development agreement also include the cost of that, including the sidewalks and all of that? Is that correct?
I'm checking through this really quickly. So yes, everything within the development will be required to have the standard improvements required in a city subdivision. So curb, gutter, sidewalk upon development. I'm just looking to see, and I'm sorry, the two where they were separated, I can't remember which one has AJ Way in it, whether it was the first one we did or this one.
That's okay, as long as the answer is yes, that they are, once it's in the agreement, then they do it. And then, Mayor, I just have a quick follow-up question then on the water.
Go ahead.
Once that water is developed up on there and they've got this line in there, is there any restrictions on them wholesaling that water out?
I would have to check the water and sewer rules and regs to see if we have anything on wholesale in that. I can check that and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Debbie, I've got a question or two for you, or Monica, whoever can. The proposed development agreement has a blank for the document number for the certificate of survey that creates track 14A. Track 14A is the result of a boundary line relocation. And so the question is, does track 14A exist at this point? And that will just fill in that document number on the final agreement, or is that something that this is kind of contingent on completing that boundary line relocation? And the developer may want to comment on that too. So I don't know whether that's something you, Debbie, or Monica, or we should look to Aaron or Jeff Canning to weigh in on.
I can take an initial stab if that's all right. In identifying, first of all, I worked firsthand with Tim Grant, our city surveyor, in developing the legal description. There is a boundary line relocation that will occur to match identically the zoned area and the area that is being annexed. The notice for what was annexed is legally described with a meets and bounds description as far as the blank space. The developer may need to comment how quickly that boundary line relocation is intended to be filed. But that's the gist of why it is the way that it is.
Okay, Taylor Kasperick, who has the look of a surveyor on him, maybe, has turned on his camera. So I'm going to ask him to comment on that question. Taylor?
Yes, Mayor and Council, appreciate the time. So we did prepare an exempt plat that would relocate the lot line between tracks 13 and 14 of COS 2037 to move that to an east-west line at the bounds of annexation. This was to help clean up what the boundary of the annexation would be, so that there's not remainder of two parcels being left unannexed and two parcels that are being annexed. So the current status of that is that we've got check prints back from the county and the county planning department, and we will be resubmitting the final exempt plat for that here shortly. So once that is filed, the document number could be written in on the resolution to tie everything together.
Okay, so that will have to happen. A question for Debbie and Aaron Herringer about the language of the development agreement under paragraph 1, roads and access. The first sentence of that paragraph says the developer track will be accessed by way of approaches, plural, along Montana State Highway 3. Then it continues, said approaches must be reviewed and approved by, et cetera, et cetera. We heard one of the neighbors concerned about the number of highway access points to the property, at least one of those properties. And I'm not sure we would want to be heard to be approving multiple accesses, especially if they weren't approved by the MDOT. Do we have an agreement that what governs here is the MDOT's determination, and we're not approving multiple accesses? It might be only a single approach. Debbie, can you comment on that?
Sure, you're exactly right that the end result will be whatever is approved by both the City of Billings and DOT or MDT on this one. So we said in here that they may require a traffic impact study. That would be what they would base those decisions on. And they would need to get approach permits from MDT.
Okay, Aaron Herringer, kind of an issue of interpretation. Are we in agreement that when this says approaches, it may mean one or two approaches, and also well, first on that point, go ahead. Can you tell us, are we in agreement?
I can speak to this. So we are planning on AJ Way being the main approach. Currently, there is a county road that is also that's to the eastern boundary of our property. And part of it, from my understanding, part of it is creating a loop so that there is fire access. And also, excuse me, I'm sorry, it is late. So our intent, though, as the developer, is to limit the amount of approaches that we have coming off of Highway 3 and to create as many internal roads as possible as we move through this development. So that is why we have, preemptively extended the width of the AJ Way approach to the 45-foot. Also, we took the initiative and started a traffic study through MDOT several weeks ago, almost a month ago, I believe, and Taylor can talk about that. So we are actually proactively working with the Department of Transportation in sorting that out. But our intent as the developer is to make sure that we limit those approaches off of Highway 3.
Okay. I guess further questions from council. Councilmember Joy?
Yes, I just wanted to be clear on our motion, what we have written in the agenda, on the agenda. Is that the correct language we should use for a motion? Thank you.
Staff, and is your concern the reference to aviation properties? My understanding is that the deeds that we saw only applied, that had the owner as Lupin Holdings, only applied to the property to the west of AJ Lane and did not apply to this property. Aaron, can you confirm that Aviation Properties is the owner of the property on the east side of AJ Way?
I can confirm that Aviation Properties is the ownership that the eastern property is under.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Purington.
I move to approve the development agreement with Aviation Properties LLC as recommended by the staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Boyette. Okay, discussion on the motion. The motion is for approval. Is there any discussion on the motion? I'm going to just make a comment. Again, I don't find that some of the drafting ideal in the development agreement, in particular Section 7, future intersection contributions. It says, one sentence, a traffic impact study will be performed at the time of future subdivision and or development to determine developer contributions to future intersection improvements. I think we all understand what that means, but it doesn't specifically say that traffic impact study will be done at developer's expense. Nor does it say that the developer will make whatever contributions are determined by the traffic impact study. I think those are clearly implied, but I think it's best to have on the record here that that is at developer's expense, and the developer is committing not just to do the study, but to then put in those intersection improvements that are determined by the traffic impact study. Aaron, are we in agreement?
Yes, we're in agreement, and we've already will have paid for that traffic study, and we will be required to make those intersection improvements according to the Department of Transportation, whatever their traffic study comes up with. So yes, we are in agreement.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, did you want to make an amended motion with that correction? I'll second if you'd like to move forward on that.
Okay, yes, I will. Since we've got time, there's no rush in this. They've got to complete the boundary line adjustment. That'll give our staff and the developer time to fiddle with language if they need to. But the concept would be that paragraph 7, and this is the motion, that paragraph 7 be revised slightly to clarify the impact study will be performed at developer's expense, and that the developer will make the contributions specified in the traffic impact study as a condition for any future development approval or subdivision approval. And the second by Councilmember Neese. Okay, so that is the motion, or I guess that's the motion for amendment. We already have an underlying motion, so we need to have a vote on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the motion to make that amendment? Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, I appreciate you bringing that up so that we can refine these documents and get them, because this will then be used as a future template. And so I think those are the kind of things we need to help staff with and guide them on how we want to see this needs to go in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? The motion to make the amendment? If not, all in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. That motion passes unanimously. Now we have the underlying motion that has been amended in front of you. Any discussion on the amended motion? Before we proceed to a vote, any further discussion? Seeing none, then all in favor of the now amended motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item number 7. Brings us to item number 8. Denise, would you read item number 8?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 1 to include recently annexed property in annexation 20-05A, a parcel located north of Highway 3 and east of AJ Way, legally described as portions of tracks 13 and 14 of Certificate of Survey number 2037, totaling approximately 27.488 gross and 25.956 net acres. Aviation Properties LLC is the petitioner. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening: approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you, Monica. You've got the presentation on this, I believe.
Sure. As always, for ward boundary ordinances, there is no presentation, but I'm making myself available for questions. In this instance, the property would be included in Ward 1. I'm happy to answer any questions, and this does require a public hearing. And because it's an ordinance, it also will have a second reading. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Monica? Then we'll open up for public hearing. This is a public hearing to adjust the boundaries of Ward 1. The phone number is the same, 237-6196. If you'd like to comment on the Ward 1 boundary adjustment, 237-6196, call immediately. I ask that you keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address, and please turn off your television or mute it or your computer, whatever you're listening to, because our meeting is ahead of what you're hearing, and it's very confusing if you don't. That number again, 237-6196. Denise, do we have anyone who has called that number?
No, Mayor, I've received no calls.
Okay, if somebody calls in the next few seconds, please let us know. I did not wait very long. It's rare to get comment on this item, so we'll proceed and find it public hearing is closed and open for motion or discussion. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 1 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Joy. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor. All members of the City Council, motion passes unanimously. Item number 9. Denise, would you read item number 9?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing, a resolution for annexation 2102, a property located south of South Frontage Road, east of East Lane, and north of Elysian Road, and west of Hogan Slough. Crown Enterprises, Inc. is the petitioner. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action this evening: approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Monica, a different property.
Thank you. Hopefully I can move my way on south in town and get this going. Get the screen shared here. I also just want to say I've really got to give Dax with Staley Engineering and Dennis and Daniel, part of Crown Enterprises, great appreciation for hanging in there this long. And I'm sure you'll hear from them here shortly. Okay, so you have before you an annexation petition 21-02. As I mentioned, we have Crown Enterprises and DAX available on the line. Just to basically cover what you're expected to handle tonight in relation to this petition. There is obviously the hearing and the annexation petition, There is a development agreement, which does not require a hearing. And then there is a ward boundary ordinance, which does require a hearing. This is the exhibit for annexation 21-02. We are looking at 19.24 gross acres and 16 net acres. This is an aerial photo of the subject property. This is presently being used as a sod farm. This is a part of QFC subdivision, which is a subdivision that came forward to the City County Planning Board and the Board of County Commissioners about 3 to 4 years ago. The entire minor subdivision, which minor is 5 lots or fewer, was always contemplated to be developed in the city. In fact, their subdivision improvement agreement basically says you have to annex if you're going to develop at all. So this is definitely something that, the planning division has been aware of for quite some time and knew it would come forward. This is the limits of annexation map. As you can see, it is designated for the red petition area. This is a zoning map of the area. This is a CX zone, which you've gotten very familiar with tonight. Prior to Project Recode, it was heavy commercial. It was heavy commercial long before, highway commercial long ago. So this type of development, as you can see, is consistent with adjacent properties. There is the South Frontage Road and the interstate that is a barrier to some of the I-1 and CMU2 across the interstate. Further down below, you can see that there's NX2 and NMU that leads down into Annafeld Plan Development. I will provide you with some pictures. This is a photo of the posting and also looking southeast. This is from the South Frontage Road looking due west. This is looking south across the sod field would be what you would now see as Annafeld. Posting during the winter storm didn't allow for really great pictures. So the Google ones actually are a bit clearer. And then to the east, this is the South Frontage Road. You may recognize the metal building just down the road a bit. This was previously a Mexican restaurant that is no longer open. And this is looking north across the interstate. So the annexation policy criteria, I feel very confident that you familiarized yourself with that tonight. I would gladly go into any of the criteria that if you'd like me to. Otherwise, I'll assume that your recent experience with it is good. As far as the staff recommendation, again, all departments were consulted. You have the department feedback summarized in your staff report. There's no departments that were dissenting or provided, issues to be resolved with additional conditions of approval. So you're looking at one of our typical straightforward annexations, which requires a development agreement, which you will consider tonight as well. So with that, I will end my presentation. And if you have questions, I'd be happy to get into more detail on any aspect. We do have the developer and agent available as well.
Thank you. Is there any sort of presentation or comment by the developer? If so, this is your opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members. I didn't have any formal presentation this evening. I think Monica did a good job of explaining the annexation. We've worked on this property for a number of years. I think we started development back in 2015 and have done a lot of work with the neighbors to make sure it's developed according to the surrounding residential areas. Again, I think this annexation is pretty straightforward. I guess I don't know. Dennis and Daniel are also on the line representing the owner there, and I'm not sure if they have anything to add or not. But that's all I had tonight.
Okay, and thank you for your patience. And Dennis and Daniel, feel free to jump in if you'd like to before we open up for public comments.
Thank you. This is Dan Onifer, and I would just like to add that I'm available. Dennis is available. We work for the developer. This property will be developed for a related company of ours as the tenant to operate as a cross-dock truck terminal facility. And if there's any more detail needed by council or mayor, we're glad to share that with you.
Okay, thank you. Dennis, did you have anything?
I think Dan covered it. We just appreciate all of your hard work. You guys have been at it for quite a few hours. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to be before you tonight.
Thank you. We went on overtime several hours ago, so we're okay. We're happy. Okay, well, with that, we'll open it up for public comment. 237-6196. This is a public hearing on item number 9, annexation 21-02. Please feel free to call that number if you have comments. 237-6196. As you've heard earlier tonight, probably, please keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and your address. And please turn off or mute your screen because our meeting is ahead of what you're hearing, and it's very confusing. The number again, 237-6196 for any public comment on item number 9, resolution for annexation 21-02. 237-6196. Denise, do we have anyone who has called that phone number?
No, Mayor, I've received no calls.
Okay, and as we did before, if you get a call in the next few seconds because we missed narrowly, please let us know. We'll close then the public hearing on item number 9. Turn it to council. Council, how would you like to proceed? Questions, motion, discussion? Councilmember Ronnie?
Thank you. I'll make a motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution approving annexation 21-02 as recommended by staff.
Councilmember, is there a second? Councilmember Boyette? Okay, you have a motion in front of you. Council, discussion on the motion. Motion is to approve. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 10 is the development agreement on this item. Denise, would you read item number 10?
Yes, Mayor. Development agreement with Crown Enterprises for property located south of the frontage road and east of East Lane. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Debbie.
All right, I have just a couple of slides here to share with you. So this is very similar to the other development agreement that you heard earlier tonight, but the property is located here in the orange. And this development agreement really defines, again, very consistent requirements for development with what it would be if it was in the city. So you can see the water line extension there on the north side. The sewer is extended on the east side. Both of those will be, they will be able to get compensation or reimbursement if it is appropriate. The multi-use trail will be on the, you can see there's a multi-use trail called out on both sides. So this development agreement really outlines, again, the improvements if this does not subdivide, which if there's a subdivision, we have a subdivision improvement agreement that also defines these requirements. But this includes the water, the multi-use paths that I showed, the sanitary sewer. And then, as you can see, it's basically what I showed on the map prior to this. So the biggest differences on this one are the multi-use path requirements that aren't typical curb, gutter, sidewalk. So this does call out the multi-use path on it. Otherwise, I did want to note that in this development agreement, condition number 8 is similar to what you had in the previous one with the traffic impact study. We can change that language to reflect the change that you made on the previous one. And and make sure that it says that the contributions will be made. So the traffic study will be done and paid for by the developer, and the contributions will be funded by the developer as well. So we will change that.
Thank you.
It.
I'm sorry I interrupted. Go ahead, Debbie.
No, I was just going to say that's it. Available for questions.
Debbie, I'll start you off with the question on the paragraph 2 dealing with the sidewalk and multi-use path. That, as you said, is a very important provision, and it requires that, quote, 10-foot path will be constructed along the south side of the frontage road. The path shall be constructed at the time of lot development. The development shall be the development shall be responsible for the maintenance of the sidewalk trail after construction. I'm wondering if that shouldn't also say shall be responsible for the maintenance and replacement when necessary, or somehow refer to replacement, not just maintenance. Any objection to that, or do you think the developer would have any objection to that?
I don't have any objection. Multi-use paths are kind of new to replacement of multi-use paths are relatively new to us as a city. Sidewalks are very conventional. You know, you always assess the adjacent property owner, but trails, we would do the same thing on trails. So no, I don't have a problem putting that in here if you'd like us to add that.
Okay, we don't have a motion yet to amend, but I guess my suggestion would be at some point that we just add the 2 words "and replacement" after the word "maintenance" in paragraph 2. Further discussion, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Does it specify what the multi-use path is composed of? It could be granite chips, it could be concrete, it could be blacktop.
Good point. Debbie, can you comment?
Everything that's constructed in the city of Billings has to meet our standards, and our standards require a solid surface or a hard surface, which is concrete or asphalt, and we really don't care which one they use.
Follow-up question then, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Okay, maintenance, does that include snow removal?
Yes, it's typical for what we require from sidewalks. So it would be snow removal and any other maintenance that's required.
Well, are we going to start requiring everybody that's got a multi-use trail running through their property or alongside their property to maintain it instead of the Parks Department or Public Works?
So we look at the areas and determine if it makes sense or not to put that requirement. In this case, there are multi-use paths throughout the subdivision that make sense for the subdivision to be maintaining. And in this particular case, we think that the multi-use path should be maintained by adjacent property owner because of the location.
Okay, further discussion, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Frank on the construction. We need to add something in there about it being to city standards, because it is if we're not specific on that, any standard can be put in there.
So for example, maybe just add the word "to city standards" after the word "constructed" in paragraph 2. So a 10-foot wide path shall be constructed to city standards along the south side, et cetera, et cetera.
I agree. I've seen something like that before where we say to city standards. And I think when we're doing these development agreements, we need to be specific, like you say, Mayor, that how we want that done.
Okay.
We don't allow construction within the city of Billings that doesn't meet city of Billings standards. So with or without it, it's not allowed within the city of Billings to be constructed any other way but by what we've defined. We can put it in there, but you can't build it any other way. You have to get a permit or a private contract, and it's required. So we can certainly put it in, but it really goes without saying being in the city.
Okay, because you couldn't get a building permit. Okay. Okay, at this point, we don't have any motion of any type. We're just general discussion on the floor. Further questions for staff or developer or motions or other discussion? Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Joy.
I move to approve the development agreement with Crown Enterprises as recommended by the staff.
Okay, and second by Councilmember Joy. Okay, back to you. I'll just comment on the issue of replacement is not addressed at this point. So Councilmember Neese.
Did that your motion include the changes that we did to number 8 in the last development agreement that Debbie said she could do, as well as our discussion in repair replacement or maintenance replacement?
Yeah, so before we required that be at their cost, and that it be clear that they will follow through and actually make those changes. Debbie, you didn't have any problem with that before. I assume you don't have any problem with that this time. Thumbs up. So, and Councilor Neese, was that a question for somebody, or just making that point?
Well, there was a question if her motion included that, so we don't have to make an amendment to the motion.
Oh, okay. If it's a friendly amendment, and Councilmember Purington and the second Councilmember Joy agrees, then that's part of the original motion. Councilmember Purington, was that is that consistent with your intent?
Add replacement to that as well. Is that what you're saying, Roy? The maintenance and replacement?
Yes, Mayor brought up maintenance and replacement.
Okay. I'm fine with that. And Denise?
Okay, thumbs up there. And I was understanding and replacement on paragraph 2, but also on paragraph 8, dealing with the intersection contributions. So that, yep, Councilmember Neese, and that's what everybody was nodding their heads. So those would both be changed. Okay, that's your motion before you. Further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item number 10 and brings us to item number 11. Denise, would you read item number 11?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing on first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 to include recently annexed property in annexation 21-02, a parcel located south of South Frontage Road, east of East Lane, and north of Elysian Road, and west of Hogan's Slough, legally described as Lot 5A of amended plat of lots 2, 3, 4, and 5 of QFC subdivision first filing, totaling approximately 19.240 gross and 16 net acres. Crown Enterprises, Inc., petitioner, staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Monica.
Yes, Council, we're finally to the end of these annexation items. This is, again, standard procedure, Ward 3. It is an ordinance that requires 2 readings. It is, again, to make sure that we've cleaned up the ward boundaries with the newly annexed property, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve.
Mayor, we haven't had public hearing yet.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. We appreciate your desire to move ahead, Councilmember Joy. So we've had presentation. We do need to open up for public hearing. The phone number 237-6196. Please call that number immediately. Keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Give us your name and address. The number again, 237-6196. We'll delay briefly because of the delay. Denise, I assume I have not heard anybody calling in. We'll proceed because it's unlikely we'll get public comment, but if we do in the next few seconds, please let us know and we will backtrack and make sure that we take that public comment that was made to 237-6196. This is on the boundary adjustment for Ward 3. as a result of the annexation we just approved. 237-6196. Denise, any calls?
We have a caller. Just one moment, please. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Paul, this is Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue, but I was going to do it on the public comment at the end. I just called in to catch you here, and I thought this would go a little quick, so I'll just hang up, wait for you to get through your annexation, and I'll call you back.
Tell Kevin to stay on, Denise.
Hey, Kevin, well, I'm just going to have you stay on. I'm just going to park you, okay, for a little bit. All right. So thank you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and no other phone calls, right, Denise?
As far as I know.
Okay, we will close the public hearing then on item number 11. And on the chance somebody does call in on that item, of course, we'll listen and potentially reconsider, I guess, this. We need a motion. Councilmember Joy, you would like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Boyette. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item number 11 on all of our regular agenda. So now our last item is public comment on non-agenda items. So members of the public, we know we've got at least one caller, but this is your opportunity to comment on anything that was not on our agenda tonight. That number is the same one, 237-6196. Call immediately. Keep your comments, please, to less than 3 minutes, and mute or turn off your screen. Denise, our caller.
Okay. Mr. Nelson.
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. I was just wondering how your in-person meeting things were coming along here. You know, just a couple of things that have happened here recently. You know, we've had an RV show, a home show. The Montana Wrestling Open is at Metro Park this weekend without any restrictions, I think. Now we got a concert at Metro Park. Airlines just announced they topped 1.5 million travelers. And Riverstone just posted an article that there's 1,000 vaccination shots still available. So anybody that wants something could get it if you're concerned about spreading COVID. And so it seems to me that, you know, things are moving along here, and it seems to me we could probably get back to in-person meetings. Seems like we're coming along here. So that would be one comment. And then my next comment would be, you know, I have no idea, you know, what this money could be used for, the $3 billion coming into the state. But I would think that a portion of that money is going to be available to possibly help fund a portion of the rec center. I just can't imagine that not being somewhere in there somewhere. And I believe that there's some housekeeping work that needs to be done, because in the event that would become available, you know, we would certainly, I believe, want to act fairly quickly. I mean, you could see, you know, maybe a round 1, round 2 application, but not to have our ducks in a row and not be ready to go, that an application could be, you know, pretty quickly submitted if that opportunity arose. And I believe there's still some housekeeping work left to be done before an application could even be presented. And I would hate to lose that opportunity, because I think the work that needs to be done, it needs to be done anyway. And so to wait, rather than let's be proactive and let's get on board here and let's get going and let's make sure we have everything in order. So if that opportunity presents itself, we would be willing to, you know, we could act quickly. I can't imagine a lot of towns in Montana that have land, that have a funding source available, that are this far down the road, that, you know, we're in a pretty unique position if that funding was available. So hopefully I can, you know, persuade some of you that and push you along to see the opportunity here and to make sure we're ready if the opportunity comes available. So that's my comment. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other callers, Denise?
I believe that is it.
Okay, we will close public comment on non-agenda items. I'm just going to ask Chris Kukulski to briefly, if you would, comment on status of efforts to move to in-person meeting, and also the American Rescue Plan does have an element that of money that went to the state that is specifically earmarked for sewer and water and broadband, and any rec center will have bathrooms, which is a sewer. And we do want to have a swimming pool, which is clearly water, and ice is clearly water. So I agree. It should be a no-brainer under that.
So to start off with, no other city's going to think of anything like that. Don't you worry. On the first item, April 5 is our next meeting, and we are working diligently that it would be a hybrid meeting. So we did, as I mentioned in the weekly, we isolated some of the sound issues we're having, some of the parts for that, some cabling are coming in Wednesday, and we're going to continue to test. So our next city council meeting, that being the first one in April 5, we have every intention to do that as a hybrid meeting, in person and Zoom for council members, in person or Zoom for the public. 4 or 5 key staff people will be in person, and the rest of the staff will be via Zoom. So that is our next meeting, and we do expect to hit that target unless something unforeseen happens. As far as public participation in person, that is A through K for the first 6 months. And just kidding. Mr. Nelson will be welcome to come to the in-person meeting when we have our first in-person meeting. As to the American Rescue Plan, first I would encourage you, and yes, as a staff, we are working diligent. We're not inventing things. We have a capital improvement plan. It's adopted. It identifies our capital needs. So it is kind of first up, so we don't appear as if we're just making stuff up because we've got an opportunity. But ultimately, I've asked each of we're talking each of our departments having those top 3 priorities so that as they fit opportunities that come our way or we can seek out, because we're also in communication with our lobbyist out of DC, we're trying to position ourselves to be open, and the mayor has been very diligent in being on calls with the senator's office and with the League of Cities in town. So as I mentioned, I talked to Greg and Amy this afternoon. There is some gray there where the state is anticipating between, I think, 2.2 and 3 billion. Both are big numbers, but we don't know the number yet, and we don't know the strings or the restrictions. But as the mayor mentioned, and I have been told very candidly that the mayor deserves a fair amount of credit for this. The bill stated water, wastewater, and broadband specifically. So that's the best update I've got for you at the moment.
Chris, I'll just comment also that Congress is considering bringing back earmarks in a more restricted, limited role. And we got a very detailed memo today from our lobbyists, Church and Associates in Washington, D.C., with a breakdown of what some of that might look like. And so I would encourage our department heads and our city administrators to keep those in mind, because as Kevin Nelson said, we want to make sure we've got projects that are and applications that are ready to go, because there might be a bit of a rush as we all try to pick borrowed dollars off the Washington, D.C. tree. How we're going to ever pay for all of that, don't ask me, but we'll put our hand out, I guess, with everybody else. Okay, that concludes I apologize. I guess we do still have opportunity for council initiatives. Council, any council initiatives? I don't see it. Thank you for your endurance. And the good news is, or the bad news, it's late. The good news is it's before 11 o'clock. So take the rest of the night off.
Thank you.
Adjourn.